Sandra all the time is here with the cold hard truth. She's the ears and the eyes for me and you. Every day, everyone want to hear from Sandra. And every time on the air, she's getting better. Tell your sister, tell your brother, tell your mama, to call Sandra in the morning and in the evening. They always calling Sandra. And when they start fighting, they calling Sandra. And
That's right, folks. Everyone is telling their mama about the cold hard truth. Welcome to another episode with more truth telling, more problem solving, and of course, more tea spilling than ever before. Sit back, students, grab your tea and turn up the volume because class is now in session. Call in at 936-2626 because your voice matters. Share your opinion on issues that matter the most to you. Good morning, K-Man. Happy. I see you all. We got some good news coming your way this morning. Good news is coming your way. Ay, 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 ay. Hello. Good morning. You guys look so beautiful. Have I told you lately how beautiful you look? Probably not. Well, allow me to take this opportunity. First, I need to plug in my phone. Yes, honey, chill. And then I need to take this time to tell you how absolutely gorgeous and beautiful you are. Yes, don't let anybody tell you any differently, honey, chill. Okay, we got a video that we're gonna play. Give me 1 second here. Let me get that video ready. We're gonna play it a little bit later on. We got candidates. Oy. Oh shoot, spilling my, oh my goodness, I'm spilling my tea. Oh no, not the tea, honey child. I'm literally spilling the tea. I know you guys, you're like, well, you spill the tea every morning, girl. No, I'm spilling the tea on my desk. Oh my goodness. Yes, we're gonna spill the tea in the studio, but we don't want to literally spill it all over the place. Look at me making a mess. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second here. Un momento, por favor. Mr. Millie, I'm coming to you. Give me 1 second. Yes, honey child. All right. So I got lots of tea spilling to do. I actually need to edit this video. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I can edit it at the same time because you all know sometimes the computer is like stressed out. It's like, don't touch another thing, lady. And I'm like, okay. Because it's going to crash. It's overworked and underpaid like most of us. All right, give me 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. I'm going to just export the video. I might need my video guy to help me just clip it a little bit. All right, give me a second. Yep. Got it. Now I got to stick this drive in over here. Always multitasking, honey chill. You know, we got lots of work to do. I tell you. All right. Okay, we're making some headway. How are y'all doing today? Everybody's good? I can't see you. I know. Hold on. I'm about to turn it on. I'm aware you can't see me. Sometimes I'm doing stuff in the background. So while I'm doing that, I'm like, let me just get that done before turning on the camera. And then I go kapow, and the camera's on. And all of a sudden, you can then see me. How about I put on a little bit of mascara before I turn on the camera? Ay. All right, give me 1 second. Gonna touch up the mascara a little bit here. Just put some on. I need to buy some mascara. Oh my goodness. Everybody ready for Easter? Who's going Easter camping? I'm not gonna lie. I've actually never been camping in Cayman. And I'm gonna tell y'all why. I think because I went camping in the States, my idea, this is when I'm kind of like, not Caymanian. I'm a not Caymanian moment. My idea of camping is not what you guys do. Yikes, I know. And this is our tradition, right? Oh my God. What a hot mess. But no volume in Facebook. Are you sure? Are you sure about that, honey chill? All right. So yes, I'm used to like camping in the woods. You know, like how you seen those horror movies where you're scared that somebody's gonna kidnap you. And here comes not Freddy Krueger. What's the name of the other one from Halloween? What's the guy's name from Halloween again? Jason. Is he Jason? I think he's Jason. Whatever that crazy one's name was. Where everybody's like running in the woods. And I love it. We get into that topic too. Yeah, you know, Jason's chasing you through the woods with an axe. And we had no air conditioning. Y'all be taking air conditioning to the beach. I'm like, what the? How can you take air conditioning to the beach? Yeah, where you have to go and find a tree and like chop it up. This is like real survivalist stuff. There's no convenience stores up the street. You can't go and get yourself a Pepsi. That's the kind of camping I'm used to. My dear. Yes, sir. That's where it's at. But you guys do a little bit different. And I'm also like, I don't know, how do you guys survive the sandflies? Because, child, I had an episode with sandflies the other day in my backyard, and I've never had that before. So I'm like, gosh, imagine at the beach. They must be biting. Can I get some advice on what you do to keep sandflies away? Because, they were biting me up the other day. I'm like, what is this? You can feel them, but of course you can't see them. The invisible enemy. I'm like, these sandflies ain't easy, man. Jeez. Driving me crazy. All right, I think I'm presentable now. Hold on. All I do is put on a little bit of lip gloss and then some mascara, and that's gonna have to do, honey child. We ain't too fancy around here. We're not fancy pants. Who wants to win some money today? Anybody want money for Easter? I was about to say Christmas. Mm-hmm. Who would like to win some money this morning? Let me put on my glasses. All right. We're waiting on Miss Amelia. She's going to come on through this morning. And then, let me change my picture in the background. Hold on. And then we're going to have Rolston Anglin rolling through a little bit. I'm backing up some stuff on my phone. I left it all night long running to back up, and it's still only at 37%. And it says it still has another 25 hours and 4 minutes. And that's just backing up one application. That's not even the photos yet. Wow. All I can tell you is this phone has worked overtime. Oh, hold on. Let me put on my headset so I can hear y'all, because I can't hear a thing. All right, let me see. Oops, that's the wrong one. Is this the right way? Yeah. Who was calling me? You stopped calling me? Why did you stop? I was looking forward to you calling. All right, let me just change the picture in the background. That was for yesterday's show. We need to... Oh, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Beautiful.
I want to win.
You want to
morning, sweetie.
Listen.
You're off the radio. I can't hear you.
I'm not in the radio?
No, you're not on the radio.
Oh my gosh. All right, let me play some music. Hold on. I don't know what's going on with that old radio. Cha. All right, folks, we're supposed to be back. Hopefully we're back now. I'm told we're back. I'm ordering some piece of equipment that I'm hoping, I've been told, is supposed to help with this AI thing always cutting out. So, oh, Lord, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. All right, caller. Uh-oh, she hung up on me. By the way, I have realized how to mute callers. I got this big board in front of me and I keep forgetting there are buttons there that I can actually use. And so, you know how some of y'all be annoying me when you call with all of this, background noise. I can actually mute you. I've always been able to mute you. I just didn't think about it. Anywho, I got a question for you this morning that is going to give some lucky person 200 big smackaroos. That's right. Someone is going to win $200. That's camping money. That's, buying all your camping equipment money. What?
You're gone again.
What?
It's not working.
Are you kidding me?
Yeah.
Oh, what the heck? Oh my God. Hold on. Like seriously? Hold on, Mamacita.
Mm-hmm.
This is teaching me the patience of Job, honey child. You know what I mean? Sure. All right, let's play a few messages and see if that kicks it in. Hold on one second.
This is our home. These are our people. And the future we build together starts with leaders who care. Alric Lindsay has never stood on the sidelines. He's been in the heart of the community, working side by side with you. From financial reform to everyday issues that matter to families, Alric has always been part of the solution, not just promises but real progress. He fights for better opportunities, for economic fairness, for accountability, because Caymanians deserve more than words. We deserve results. In Georgetown South, Alric isn't just running for office. He's standing up for every voice that's gone unheard and every dream that's yet to be realized. Leadership with integrity. Commitment without compromise. A future that works for all of us. On Election Day, vote for the man already working for you. Vote Alric Lindsay for Georgetown South. For Cayman.
All right. Still off? Oh my Lord.
Cayman Mall Road is always keen to.
Great news, Cayman! Tim Hortons is finally open and ready to serve you. Start your day right with our delicious all-day breakfast or grab a box of our famous Timbits and a dozen donuts for a sweet treat. Need a quick pick-me-up? Swing by our drive-thru for your favorite espresso drink anytime. We're open weekdays from 5 a.m. and 6 a.m. on the weekends, closing 9 p.m. and 10 p.m. on Fridays and Saturdays, with 2 entrances at the Shamrock Road Roundabout in Red Bay. It's time for Tim's.
All right. I don't know what's going on this morning. Let's play something else, honey child. We just keep playing something until something kicks in. My goodness. Hold on.
In the mornings, no one wants to miss listening to the Cold Hard Truth or reading CMR. Cayman's #1 news platform has made your morning commute fun again. Pass this time with the Cold Hard Truth on weekdays from 7:30 a.m. Talk radio that's engaging, entertaining, and enlightening. But be careful. Some mornings it's so hot, you might run into a bit of trouble.
All right. I don't know what's going on this morning. Good morning, everybody. Because I'm speaking as loud as I possibly can. Oh my God, I'm like right on top of the microphone. Ooh, this is so frustrating. It really is. I don't know if I'm going to have any AI tools when I get my own station. I mean, I'll have AI tools, but this particular one is too sensitive. Honey child, good morning. Hallelujah.
It's working.
Yeah, well,
working.
the question is going to be for
Working.
how, for how,
Working.
yeah, I heard you the first time. The question is going to be for how long? All right, you're anxious to win $200, I can see.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, turn down your background for me.
Okay.
Irvin says you're very loud. I know I'm loud, honey child, but this AI thing must not think so. Akil says, give me the money. The question is,
Okay.
what good news am I going to share with you all this morning? I'm wearing my money shirt. What good news am I going to share with you all this morning? $200, 200 smackaroos.
Is it about the hospital?
Nope. So sorry. $200. As a matter of fact, where's my wallet? Because for once I actually have cash. I don't normally have cash on me. But honey child, I got cash today. But I'm not going to give you cash. I'm going to just do a deposit or something. $200. What good news am I sharing with y'all this morning? Dun, 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 dun. 936, you got to call in. 936-2626 is el número de teléfono. Good morning, honey child.
Morning.
What is the good? This is my friend who always be winning.
I tell you.
Hi. Woo. What you thinking this morning?
You got through with the TV station?
No. We're making headway with that, but no. That's not what it is, girl. Keep thinking. Good morning, caller. $200 could be yours. Cha-ching. What's your guess? Oh, did I not even answer the phone? Good morning, caller. 200 smackaroos. What do you think it is?
Good morning.
Uh-huh. Yes, tell me.
PPM aren't running anymore.
No, but I like that answer. He said PPM aren't running anymore. Oh my God, that is so. We definitely need to clip that because that's funny. He should get something for being hilarious. Sorry, somebody was calling me on WhatsApp. Who was calling me on WhatsApp? There we go. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program. What is your guess? $200 on the line.
The program that Aunt and them having today.
No. Nope. $200 still up for grabs, honey child. What is your guess?
Did you want your cake?
Cha-ching! Ding, 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 ding. We have got a winner. Congratulations. Congratulations, ma'am. Come on over to aisle number 5. You have just won yourself. You have just won yourself $200. 200 Cayman Islands dollars, big smackaroos. All right. Congratulations. You need to WhatsApp me and yeah, send me your name and all that good stuff. Like I said, I'll probably just send you a deposit. Hopefully you at CNB, Cayman's #1 bank, honey child.
CNB all the way.
Yes, big up CNB, big up CNB. All right. So listen, yes, I'll send me the details. All right. So listen, what a calamity. Can we give the Lord some hallelujahs up in here this morning? Woo, 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 woo. Girl, you bringing it home. You're bringing it home. Bringing it home. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right. So I'm going to break it down for you guys while we're waiting on Mr. Amelia to come in. Oh my gosh. Thank you, darling. By the way, I forgot to send out the links. Hold on one second. Child, I'm behind. Hold on one second. Hold on. I'm multitasking here. All right. So I want to copy this. Control. Yep. Copy. And then I want to paste it over here. And then I'm going to do a little paste. There we go. And then once that's finished copying, I need to send that Dropbox link to my guy. All right. Give me 1 second because I totally forgot to send out the links this morning. Shame on me. Somebody's going to fire me around here. Oh my God. I still don't get fired. Y'all watch and see. Honey Jill. All right, give me 1 second. I need to grab the Facebook link, but I see lots of you here. I think we're gone over 400 people already, but hold on. Still, I know some of you sit in the channel and wait. Y'all like, where are you this morning? Where are you, honey child? Somebody trying to scam me on Facebook, talking about as a cybersecurity expert, I have access to. I'm like, child, please. I was not born this size yesterday. Don't you be coming to me with no foolishness. You just trying to take my money. Nope, I'd rather give it away to good people who can, guess a question than scammers. Oh, as a security expert, I can see things on your page that you can't see. No, you can't. Why you be lying to me for? All right. So, yes, honey child, we got some good news around. Yeah. Whoop, whoop. Okay. All right. The link is in the channel. There we go. There we go. Send it to the Florida peeps. Big up yourself, Caymanians in Florida. So good to see you here. Okay. And then, hold on one second. Yes. Okay. All right. Okay. All right, so let me just see now. This is still copying. File still copying. File still copying. Okay, soon come. All right, honey child. Where's Mr. Amelia this morning? Okay, she says she's trying to get on her laptop. All right, so listen, Linda. Listen, Linda. This is such good news. OMG. So, wow. Like I said, all we have to just praise the Lord. That's all I can tell y'all. All right. And good lawyers. They make all the difference in the world, honey child. Here's how it went down. So this is the Court of Appeal case. You guys remember, right? Back in 2020, I think it was, I was convicted. The only conviction on my record is about to be gone. Where are all the haters? Can we please ask the haters to come to the front of the classroom? So we need Dr. Frank. Somebody please, I know his wife listens and so does he every morning. Dr. Frank, come to the front of the classroom, honey child. I want you to sit front and center because he's always posting stuff on his page about, she's been charged with bribery. She's going to go to jail. I'm like, Lord have mercy. I know you want me to go to jail because you probably got some lady friend up in there that you want to be combing my hair for me. I can brush my hair myself. I don't need no woman to do that for me, honey chill. I'm just saying. Dr. Frank looked like he got plans for me up in prison because he be up in my grill like, I don't know what. Oh, she's going to go to jail because, I know these things because clearly I'm a lawyer. And she did blackmail that man. I was like, irks. Woo. He's judge, jury, prosecutioner, everything for him. And I want to thank Dr. Frank because I'm going to tell y'all something about that today. Sherry Ann, come and sit next to cousin Frank in the front of the classroom. These are both cousins, biggest haters. And I want to thank them this morning because it is because of them. Where's Mario? Mario Rankin, you come too. Front of the classroom. Sit in the front. Miss Lucille saying, I'm one of your haters laughing out loud. Come on, haters. Front and center this morning. All right, Matthew Leslie, you're going to need 3 seats, but come to the front of the classroom, honey child. So listen, got convicted in the Matthew Leslie case. We've always said, and there's been tons of lawyers who were like, this just not right. Anyway, I appealed it. Now, here's the thing. I had gotten leave to appeal well over a year before. And, it was like a lot of back and forth. And I was like, oh, man, trying to do this myself. I'm moonlighting as a lawyer, but I'm no lawyer. I went to law school, but I'm still not a lawyer. Okay. So there are limitations to what I can do. I don't have the experience. I don't, Court of Appeal is like, that's the big boys club. Okay. But I was going to try my best. But when it came around to 2024, last year, I'm going to be honest with you. My mindset was like, I am so past this foolishness. Like, honestly, I'm so past it. Do I even want to appeal? Have you ever been in a situation where you went through something, but then you're in a different headspace? You know what I mean? Like you don't even want to deal with it anymore. That's where I was. I was like, listen, I've moved on. CMR is bigger and better. You guys know the real deal over here, right? You guys now get why it was so important for me to do that expose on Matthew Leslie. And I'm like, who don't know what this man is really all about? Anyway, I was kind of tethering on, do I do something about it? Do I not do something about it? You know, my friend was saying, my friend who's a lawyer was like, you know, it's up to you, but there's some good points here, I think. And so I was kind of mulling over it. At the time that I was mulling over it, I got to tell you the truth. What's her name? Cousin Sherry Ann, sent out this message from Dr. Frank, where two of them were talking about me. And they were like, oh, you know, don't forget, she's a convict. She has a conviction. And I said, well, at least that's one thing the two of them aren't lying about. Am I fuzzy to other people? Hold on. I might have to do a little refresh, honey chill. So I said, well, at least that's one thing they're not lying about. I do have a conviction. And that is the truth. But it's a wrongful conviction. But you know, honey child, every single criminal always claims, all right, let me refresh because it looks a little bit fuzzy to me too. Hold on, honey child. Let me just do a quick refresh. I'm going to play music, so hopefully the radio doesn't kick me out. All right, hold on.
I hear the people talking. What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out.
All right, I couldn't even hear the music just now. Could y'all hear the music? I couldn't hear.
Nobody knows where.
So anyway, hopefully radio's still good.
Or if we're going
So
at all. Nobody cares if we sin, if we have nowhere to fall.
All right, I think I'm in. So, oh God, you're gonna tell me the radio's off. Is it off again?
No, it's not off. It's like the music is playing and you're still talking.
Oh, my apologies, because I couldn't hear the music just now. I don't know what's going on around here today.
I heard when you said that, yeah.
Yeah, thank you, darling.
All right, no worries.
All right. And I'm feeling hot today too, so I'm gonna pull my hair back. Okay. So anywho, they sent out this message. Oh yeah, remember she was convicted. I was like, I said, you see, I can explain until I'm blue in the face what really happened. Everybody's gonna be looking at me like, yeah, but you still got a conviction. A judge still found you guilty. And you see, they think they understand the law, so they're trying to explain to you, what the judge said. They didn't even show up to hear a day of the trial. So I said, you know what? This is the reason why I have to fight this. I was reminded in that moment, listen to me carefully. Come class, come closer. You know, in that moment when you feel like giving up, there's something that's going to nag at you to say, no, no, no. This is why you shouldn't. Because the likes of Sherry Ann, a convict herself, who has gone to jail for theft, is going to be able to call your name, Sandra Teresa Hill, Nee Solomon, and say that you have been convicted of something. Oh, Lord Jesus, the audacity of that woman. You spent time in jail. And you talking about I have a conviction? I was like, yeah. Dr. Frank, mysteriously shot in the leg. You know, Mr. Parrott on the shoulder. I need to try and behave today because it's not even nowhere close 9:30. He got to be able to sit down and talk about, I have a conviction. And then I thought about my precious little Gigi and I said, oh my God. Still blurry? I can't fool with them. That's the end. Listen to me. Radio off again.
talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out. Nobody knows where we're going, or if we're going at all. Nobody cares if we stand, if we have nowhere to fall.
All right.
It's a singing symphony, playing as the ship goes down. It's a porcelain epiphany, breaking if it hits the ground. I gotta find a way out.
Okay, is the radio back? Can y'all confirm for me, please? I can't touch that phone because yeah, I can't help you with your internet. I can only help you with my internet. So, all right, radio back? I don't know. Maybe restart Facebook. No, it's not Facebook, honey child. Radio, is the radio back? All right, well, we're gonna have to work with it. I know, strong will it, right? Lavana, is the radio back? Let me know. Are we gonna be playing fooling around? No? Ugh. What the heck? Still no radio. Ooh, I know, right, Melita? Okay, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna shut down Chrome and restart Chrome. So that means we're gonna go offline for a hot minute. All right, give me a second. Okay. Can you guys hear me? We gotta wait for the radio stream to get back on. Hold on. Still waiting on the radio. The strange thing, I don't know what's going on with the radio. I don't know. All right, let me try again to get the radio back on. Give me 1 second, honey Joe.
People talking. What are they talking about? This world's gone crazy, and I'm trying to find a way out. Nobody knows where we're going, or if we're going at all. Nobody cares if we stand, if we have nowhere to fall.
I love that song. It's so appropriate for so many different things, Honey Jill. Anyway, yeah, like, I'm trying to get my story out here, and this is like the longest story ever. so yes, that's what motivated me. And then I thought to myself, my daughter, I sit here and I fight for children all the time, and I don't want anybody walking up on to my daughter about, oh, your mommy got convicted. When I'm trying to protect people, from unsavory characters who you better not leave them people in a room with your child. Oh my God. So that is what motivated me. So I sincerely raise your glasses, class. Get your water glass, your tea glass. Hopefully you're not drinking nothing too strong this morning. And we're going to do a collective cheer to Cousin Sherry Ann and Cousin Frank, because thanks to them, in the moment when I thought, I won't fight this, they motivated me. They sent around this message in their little WhatsApp chat, and somebody sent it to me, and I said, yeah. I said, this is why I have to clear my name. This is why. Anyway, fast forward. So we went through the whole thing. The Court of Appeals said, yes, we think we think you're onto something, and not just for yourself, but we're about to lay down the law in this country when it comes to the Constitution and freedom of speech, et cetera, et cetera. And I said, oh, really? You mean it's like that big of a thing? I was like, oh my God, no way. Anyway, yes, Honey Jill. So yesterday, my lawyer, big shout out, Cayman's best defense attorney. I keep telling y'all, she is the best out of the West, the East, the South, everywhere. Amelia. Yes, for Shahini. Child, if she can't get you off, that mean you did it. I'm just saying. So anywho, she called me. She said, oh, I got some news for you. Some good news. I said, oh, I said, what's going on? My KC, we had to go hire a KC, submitted the legal arguments. By the way, he was loving this case. He's like, this is such an interesting case. Lawyers, Honey Jill. This is such an interesting case. And he's like salivating over it. Like, this is an attorney's dream to get a case like this. I'm like, really? Yes. He was bam, firing shots all over the place. So lo and behold, she called me and she said, yes, the DPP's office because they have to submit arguments back and forth. They got her arguments yesterday, and they have apparently conceded. In other words, they're quitting. They're saying, we saw those arguments. We ain't got no response. We're done. We're out of here. Dropping the white flag, waving the white flag. We give up. We're done. I was like, what? Wow. So there's a process, though. So my understanding is we will still go to court on May the 9th, because that was the day for the hearing. We'll still go on May the 9th because the Court of Appeals still has to give us a written judgment. So they need to squash my conviction, give me my $3,000 back that I had to pay, and just wipe this whole thing from my record. Oh my God. I was just like, what? This is so amazing. Really and truly. Wow. Wow. They're finally admitting. At least they didn't wait like the last time till we get to court and say, oh yeah, sorry, we don't have a case. After the judge is like, why y'all here? So they finally admitted. Now, listen, don't worry. Linda says I'm raising my honey chai mug with my coffee in it. Don't worry. Dr. Frank is going to be jumping on his Facebook page this morning, said, well, she still has this case, this bribery case. And yes, I've looked at all the details of it, because that's what he does. And I think that she did try to bribe Mr. Felder. Please go tell Mr. Felder he owes me $50,000 and I would like my money. I would pay that down on my mortgage right now. 50 grand? Dude, find my money. I feel like playing that Rihanna song, but it ain't 9:30 yet. And Rihanna be dropping some bombs, some truth bombs. Find my money, please, John Felder. I need my $50,000. And quite frankly, since Cousin Frank is always so happy to defend you, maybe he can help you pay it. I don't care where it comes from, to be quite honest. I just want my money. $50,000. You know what we could do with $50,000? Well, I know what I can do with it because it's going straight to my mortgage. Abby says, please play that Rihanna song at 9:30. I want my money. Anyway, yeah, so that's the good news. Congratulations to the winner. And so we just keep moving. We keep it moving, honey child. We don't even have time to sit down and enjoy our victory because they're still coming after me with that other ridiculous case. Now, maybe Mr. Simon is listening and he's thinking to himself, gosh, we've not really won a case against this young lady yet. Maybe this blackmail case will be the nail in her coffin, because at some point when you have, 6, 7 cases and you haven't won a single one against someone, there's a legal argument to be made. There is a legal argument to be made that you are actually systemically harassing this person. And it's like malicious prosecution, not with one case, but with a history and slew of cases. How can you bring like 6, 7 cases against one person and don't win a single one? Something starts to stink. Anybody, I mean, I don't care whether you like me or not. At some point, you got to go, nobody has this kind of luck. This ain't luck. This is something else going on here. I'm just saying. And that's when people start to think to themselves, don't think of 50, don't think of 50,000. Maybe you need to start thinking about some $5 million and sue the Cayman Islands government for harassing you all these years. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You see where I'm going with this line of thinking? And this is quite legal and quite logical. How many times you gonna charge this woman for stuff when you ain't got no grounds? 90% of the cases were thrown out at the first instance. Something's wrong here. You can't be getting that many legal determinations wrong. That don't make sense. You can't be that bad, in other words. The DPP's office. Right? It starts to add up. And at some point, poor little me, and the point is, we're there, is gonna say, somebody gonna have to pay me, somebody gonna have to give me a paycheck. And I'm talking about millions of dollars. Because y'all have tried to ruined my reputation, because you have other criminals out here in the streets, Dr. Frank, Sherry Ann, Jailbird, calling my name, saying that I'm a criminal. I have a conviction. They're legal experts on my case. You know how that makes me look? Right? Every opportunity they got my name up in their mouth. The DPP's office and the RCIPS have single-handedly ruined my reputation in this country. It's only the good people of Cayman that are kind of like, despite all of that, she's still standing for the people. But I've had enough. And I'm at that point now where somebody gonna have to pay me some money. On that note, honey chow, Miss Amelia, what you got to say? Good morning.
Good morning, honey child and Grand Cayman. How are you?
You're coming in hot, hot, hot. You're wearing green today too. Today's the day for green, money color green.
Yep, I noticed we got on the same colors. How are you?
That was you that won this morning, Evelyn? What? Was that you? Oh my gosh, congrats if that was you. She got the $200. So yeah, Amelia, the system be trying to hold me down, honey child, but I'm sick and tired of them now. What do you say? Is it time for me to get a little $5 million? I'm beginning to think so.
Oh, honey child, remember me when you do.
I'm going to remember your seniors when I do, because I know you want to live. Man, girl, if I get that $5,000, one of the first things that I'm going to do is I am going to buy you a van for your seniors so you can drive them around.
Hallelujah.
You don't have to wait.
Hallelujah.
Together.
God is good.
Yes, he is every day. Mm-hmm. So yeah, make him keep harassing me. Mm-hmm.
It's ironic, Sandy, how justice goes unserved. And this is another reason why I am running in this election. I will be holding people accountable. I will be holding government agencies accountable. Let's start with immigration. Immigration, we have people in immigration, on immigration board who are taking out permits for numerous of people, charging them monthly for the work permits. You understand? This I have proof of and facts of. Far too long, people are paying their own work permit.
Stick a pin, honey child. One of those same people that has been doing that kind of foolishness and breaking the law, Sherry Ann Smith Bodden. I know she's one of them that you caught. And guess what? The likes of Chris Saunders put her on a board. That's the kind of caliber of people that they're putting on our government boards. Just because he tapping that, you know what? He disgusting. You listen, Truth Bomb said today, I looked at the time wishing that said 9 instead of 8:25, because then I know come 9:30, we could tell y'all the full details. Yes, that's how you get, Miss Amelia, that's how you get put on a board. It's who you sleeping with. It's who you know in an intimate way, and not qualified people. It's not qualified Caymanians that can vet applications properly, that can know the law and can follow the law. These people don't even follow the laws themselves. You have filed a complaint yourself to WORC, formerly immigration, about this very same Sherry Ann taking out permits for people and charging them for permits and all kind of foolishness. And then Chris Saunders puts her on an immigration board. I mean, have you heard of such nonsense in your life? This is part and part of what's wrong with the system.
The best part of that is what I presented all the evidence, because in all what was sent in to the young man, I print them off, and I personally took them into enforcement. Enforcement looked me in the face and told me they could not find her. That time she's on the board. She's on the immigration board. They could not find her to charge her. This is the kind of foolishness that will stop once Romelia Welcome is in April 30th. People are not supposed to be paying for their work permits. People are not supposed to be paying their own pensions and insurance. The employer has that obligation, and they needs to get it done, or charges will be brought about. Enforcement needs to take place with charging these people. First of all, we need to go back to each work permit holder having an identification card on them at all times. We have permits taken out for people to be in our communities selling numbers, to be about our communities selling drugs, and not what their permit holds for. And it's not only in our communities, it's in the workplace as well. You find that people have a permit for a server, and they're up in there working as in a managerial position. We need enforcement officers to get out there and get the job done. Years ago, we used to have enforcement out raiding and getting things done and finding on people that are here illegally. I mean, it's just a couple months ago they start, but look at that. They start and they stop. They're not being proactive. They are not being Honey child, let me
make a correction, because of course we always want to get things right here on the program. Someone corrected me and said that Sherry Ann is actually on the business staffing planning board and not the immigration board. And here she is leaning up against the BMW of the chairman. Who's the chairman now? Still Mr. OC? Here she is leaning up on his vehicle, taking a picture so she can post it up on social media, because that's more important to her than actually following the laws of this country and reviewing these applications and getting it right. Some of these people who go to these board meetings, Mr. Amelia, are just there for free lunch. The second they get to the board meeting, they sit down talking about when is lunch coming? Just a couple of dollars that they get to attend the board meeting, and the lunch is why they're there, and to sit down and talk people business and gossip, pure foolishness. Meanwhile, they have people, and I know she's done this during this tenure that she's been on the board, right? I forget which European country the lady was from. Her work permit hadn't been listed yet. She told her must pay her, I can't remember how much money now, 150 or something, to pay her money, and she would go get it listed. And then she goes up to the counter staff and says, oh, pull up this application and get this application listed. She should not be able to have that kind of power. Who on earth is she?
Thank you.
But
Thank you.
this is
She
the
even
caliber
texted the
again.
young man.
Apologies. This is the caliber of individuals, right? As my Aunt Lotta used to say, pretty face and dirty behind. We want to dress people up and put them on a board, and they're not qualified to do anything. And not only they're not qualified to do anything, because it would be one thing to just sit there and keep your mouth shut and you're not qualified, but they are actually breaking the law.
It is. It is. She had the audacity to text the man and tell him she will see to it that he will never get another work permit in the Cayman Islands. That's the kind of threat that they send out, frightening people who are paying for their work permit. But the whole public needs to know and understand it's against the law to pay for your permits. The employer's supposed to pay for your permits, not you. And it needs to stop.
Mr. Jaron Leslie is the new, it's no longer OC. So it's Mr. Jaron Leslie. He's the new chairman of the board. So yeah, there she is, my dear, leaning up against his car. What a mess. I mean, entering marriages of convenience, and these are the very people that we want to put in a position. My God. So, Miss Romelia, if you're elected, if you whoop, and I mean a proper whooping too, you know, Joey Hugh behind come April the 30th, how will you seek to clean up the immigration boards, the business staffing boards, all these boards, if you have any say in the matter? What is going to be your formula?
I will be advocating to dismiss those boards and put reputable people on board. People who have Caymanians at heart and knows what they are doing, not using the system. You have too many times you find candidates once they get in, the committee is pushed on all of these boards and they don't know anything of how to operate or what to do on these boards. And it will stop. It will stop. Now, Cayman, you all have somebody accountable who will be able to hold each and every one of them accountable. Because in far too long, it has been gone unnoticed. Far too long things have been happening in the Cayman Islands, and nobody held accountable for it. But this is where it stops. Put Romelia Welcome in there April 30th, and let me hold them accountable, because I don't joke.
Yeah. Jim Norris says, what about these employers forcing employees to pay back their permits? I know of 2 downtown who do and have done so. Again, that is against the law.
Illegal. It is
completely illegal. And we need some serious enforcement. You know, there has to be a paper trail, right? And this is what happens is these people try to like circumvent the system by not having a paper trail. The first thing we need to do, Jim, is educate people. When people come here on a work permit, they have to understand that the law says you are not supposed to pay for your permit. And if someone has you pay for their permit, we need to stop giving these companies a slap on the wrist. An administrative fine is not sufficient. We have got to start finding them some serious money and or making them sit in jail for a week. Directors of these companies, the HR managers, I bet you if there was a threat of you sitting in jail for a week for making someone pay for a work permit, plus being fined $30,000 or $50,000, you would think twice about doing it. And the employers, the employees who are the victims of these situations, they have got to start stepping forward. And there should be an anonymous reporting system that is advertised all over this island that makes it easy for people to know how to report these immigration infractions. Because the truth of the matter is, Jim, a lot of the workers themselves are afraid. They know that they're being taken advantage of, and they are afraid to come forward. Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning, Sandra.
Yes, sir.
Yes, Mom. Good morning, Miss Romelia.
Good morning.
Yes, Mom. You know, I'm glad that you just spoke that before you decided to love me on. And it boils down to the lack of enforcement and the lack of quality of character of those who have been given the responsibility to enforce it. And Ms. Romelia spoke to that as well a little while ago, speaking about people who go in to try to get fair treatment and are literally lied to, bold-faced by the officials within the institution itself. It's not just ridiculous. It's criminal. It is a criminal dereliction of duty, which is unfortunately the status quo here in Cayman. We had the lady yesterday, and that back and forth that was going on between the three individuals, you know. And I'll just point to this fact, you know. So the entirety of Cayman's justice system, through and through, is not owned and or controlled by the Cayman Islands people. We constantly have folks who think they're going and speaking to members of parliament about the failures, the inadequacies, and the outright corruption in many instances of those within our justice system, from the police all the way through to the court system. We do not own or control that as Caymanians. That is owned and controlled by the Crown. Okay? Now, as we know in Cayman what has happened in the past, as we know the direct correlation with gambling in Cayman and the proven and publicized direct connection between members of the RCIPS and the criminal syndicates who own and control illegal gambling in Cayman. Okay? We have all of these realities which are part of our everyday conscience. But we have a justice system which is not beholden to, accountable to, the people of the Cayman Islands or the elected members. We have no way of holding them accountable. We are relying upon the Crown to enforce good governance. And I would ask everybody here, everybody within my earshot of me speaking this morning, are you satisfied with it? Is it a viable equation that we have here? Is it? We need to start thinking about taking responsibility and accountability of our own selves as members of this country for our judicial system. And thus far today, we don't have it. And I will mention this too. We have a system which allows members of parliament to have what is called a plausible deniability for the failures of our justice system, because the only thing MPs have, unless they are crooked and in cahoots with crooked cops, which we have much evidence of that as well, the only thing that the MPs really have is signing off millions of dollars to the budget of the Royal Cayman Islands Police Force or Service or whatever you want to call it. Moreover, and let's not talk about xenophobia, nor let's not talk about prejudice or any of this if we're not willing to look at the reality and proven, observable, and witnessed inadequacies and proof of dereliction of duty of those within the RCIPS. We have to be able to speak about this subject matter and call a spade a spade.
Right. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
So we need a Royal Cayman Islands Police Force changed into a Cayman Islands Police Force, and we need to be the ones that they are to be held accountable to the interests of and the well-being for, first and foremost, to the explicit exclusion of any and all others. And the Cayman of today does not have that. We have no real way of holding the governor, the Foreign Commonwealth Office, or the Crown accountable for the failures therein. None whatsoever.
Well,
and that is an unsustainable equation.
Well, unfortunately, that's what happens when that's your parent figure. So the way that the system works, how can you hold your mother accountable? You can't do that when you're a child? I mean,
I am not a child of the Crown. I don't know about you.
I'm telling you that's how the system works.
The equation by which I view this. I just know that I am one individual amongst many. And whilst I do believe in democracy, And I do believe in the will of the electorate being what carries forth via a real, valid, sustainable democracy. I will not shut my mouth because the rest of my people are unwilling or are unable to speak the underlying causative root factors, which are a major part of the problem that we face here in Cayman. That is why I speak what I speak on this subject matter and others. We have to look at these realities. We have to look at the causative factors.
Thank you, my dear. All right, folks. 936-2666. The telephone line, is open. Yes, ma'am.
That is so true. I agree with that caller 100%. That's why we have so much crime here in the Cayman Islands, because at the end of the day, the police is not doing their jobs, what they needs to be done to try to prevent. I always believe in prevention is better than cure, but this is another matter that needs around the table, sit down with the rest of colleagues and address this situation with the governor. I mean, it have been going unnoticed for far too long. We've reached out to the governor once before, and we were supposed to get back another meeting regarding the issues with the police. And up to this blessed day, we have not gotten that date to get back to have a meeting with her. But rest assured, once Romelia Welcome is in, we will have that meeting, because at the end of the day, the people of the Cayman Islands, are paying these officers salary. They need to do the work that they are being paid for.
What do you say, Romelia? We're gonna talk about some of your critics this morning, right? So there are people who say, well, Romelia, all she can do is pick up garbage and paint the roundabouts, and that's all she's gonna be as a community worker, right? What do you say to those individuals who have this very narrow view of what your contributions would be if elected to public office?
What my contributions would be? I'm not a lawyer. Let's get that straight.
Yes.
I am not a lawyer. I am not aiming to run this country. I'm not aiming for premiership. I'm not even aiming for deputy premier. I am there and will be there to support what benefits my people. I will be there to show and lend a helping hand. If it benefits my people, I'm all for it. If it doesn't benefit my people, not a chance. I'm not going to be any part of it. And I will let the public know what is happening and when it does not benefit my people. Far too long, we have been having no one holding anyone accountable, but it stops here. It stops here. I am into looking about a job secure law, that there is a law that protects our Caymanians or people in the workforce, because obviously Labor Board isn't cutting it neither. You understand? Yeah. I've been hearing talks, which in my personal situation, I was told that not all the time free spas and free dinners will work around here in the Labor Board in tribunal. But in my case, obviously it did. So we need to investigate these situations. And it also with Immigration Board, same story with Immigration Board. I remember having a conversation with an Immigration Board officer, and I asked, why is it that they allow these people to come in and give free spas and free dinners in return for work permits? He said that is true. When it was my turn, I left before it was my turn, but then you knew about it and refused to speak out against it. That obviously means that you and your colleagues then were enjoying every bit of it, selling out our country, selling out our people, and our people are here suffering. Your families, my families are all here suffering. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time we put someone in there who does not joke around with things like this for our Caymanians.
Mr. Richard Parson said from Texas said, who better than a community worker to represent the community? Another person says the following: her little bit of something is better than the previous whole lot of nothing.
Yes, you got a lot of educated ones in there being educated fools and fattening their pockets and not getting anything done for the people. You understand?
Yeah. Well, one thing I must say, I mean, listen, I am very, very much for putting in, qualified individuals. And I think it's a balance. But at the same time, it depends on the situation, because sometimes you might say, all right, maybe Joey Hughes more qualified than her. I mean, I don't really know, what his education is per se. He's a little bit more polished. He grew up in a family business. Okay. But is there a real possibility that someone like him, and when I say someone like him, let me be clear, is there a real possibility that let me not use the term someone like him, that he could be doing more harm because they're giving all these concessions. This is historically what the PPM has done to all these developers that have no real reason why they should be getting it, right? They're selling out the country. They're adjusting the rollover policy that works against Caymanians. They're not ensuring that there is fair and equitable employment opportunities and training opportunities in these organizations, even within the civil service. Lots of question marks. Why hasn't the rollover policy been applied to the civil servants? So who's going to do more harm? The so-called polished Joey Hugh, or Mr. Amelia Welcome, who might be a little bit rough around the edges. She's not going to pronounce every single word properly like how you guys want it, but that is something to think about, right? Yes, she's not this polished lawyer, CPA, whatever, but at the same time, she has the interests of the people of the Cayman Islands at heart, and she's not going to be bought out. She's not going to sell us down the river, and that counts a whole lot as well. And in my opinion, that trumps having all the education in the world. Mr. Amelia?
Yes, because at the end of the day, you tell all these concessions that they're giving out, these developers' concessions. What have our people benefit? How has our people benefit from it? Do you see our people getting jobs? I remember years ago when the Ritz-Carlton was building, you had Michael Ryan was in at that time, and Kirk Tibbetts got on the media stating it would be jobs for Caymanians. If I am not mistaken, over 800 jobs would be for Caymanians. How many Caymanians are at the Ritz-Carlton right now? I mean, come on. Look at all of our local business people who were hit by this concession, developers' concession that they gave away. We have Eddie's Decor, we have Palmer Carpet, we have Kirk Home Center, we have A.L. Thompson. All of these people sells building materials, and I mean, nobody chooses to look into it to see how this is affecting our people. So what happened when people lose their jobs? Because of no work. I mean, come on. It's a trickle down effect. And they don't care about all of this. Why is this happening in the Cayman Islands? Just for our almighty dollar? It needs to stop. It has to stop.
All
and
right.
At the end of the day, once I am in, everybody went in there unlearned. Every one of them went in there unlearned. So with experience on the job, watch and see how things will play out.
Aye. Yes, Miss Joy Sand says she can learn just like all the others. Jasara says she'll do an amazing job. Romeo, her son, is in here saying, yes, exactly. Mama gonna bring it home. Miss Perla, good morning. Jamie says our problem is we follow other people and have lost our identities and values. Normalized corruption. Prosperity Purpose says, I like her. Yes, sir. Roni says, yes, the whole of the CI government department needs a good dojing. We need to do better than that. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandy.
Morning, dear. How are you?
I am great.
Fantastic.
I love your show this morning.
Oh, thank you so much, sir.
Before I get to, if that's what I'm going to say, I got some mango that you can get.
Make sure they're not ripe now, honey child. I don't eat them ripe. Make sure they turn.
I got turn ones that I got green.
All right. We need them nice and firm. Turn nice and yellow.
That's the way you like.
Okay.
You know? I just need to know how to get them to you.
Okay. All right.
You could come to me.
Yeah, I got to write down your number now that you're talking, because yes, I need a good little mango fix. All right. 'Tis the season.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. I want to say this. In 1985, when the Hyatt was opened, it was advertised that there would be lots of jobs for Caymanians. I, being an accountant, I was the first and only Caymanian, which was a credit manager at the Hyatt Regency. I can tell you and anybody else, lots of Caymanians were hired and they had titles, but no, what you would say, no power behind the title. They were just given a title, but the title didn't mean diddly squat. And I can also attest to this, that within the first 60 days of a lot of Caymanians being hired, they were either fired, being pressured to do jobs that were not in their job description, or they got so frustrated that they just left. So this is not going on just now. This has been going on for a long time. But because of the system that we have in this country and the kind of politicians that we have, they are not for the people. So folks, we need to get rid of all of these no good, don't care persons about their own people. I mean, typical example. Look at what's happening in the United States right now. It's crazy.
Yeah.
You got politicians in the United States fighting to keep illegal people in the country or to have them returned. I mean, we got craziness thing going on here as well. We got politicians paying for work, taking out work permits and having the people pay for their own work permits.
Yes. Wow.
We got
Thank you.
We got politicians bringing.
I mean, look. We have the minister responsible for labor, who himself has breached labor and laws himself. How can that be?
That works. I can tell anybody.
That is the height of lawlessness in this country. And there are people who are still sitting down talking about they're gonna give John a vote.
Sandra,
when for all intents and purposes, he himself is a criminal. It's like, come on.
Sandra, I can tell you, as small as Cayman is, I would not disagree that Cayman has now become the prostitution capital of the Caribbean. Okay?
Lord Jesus.
Anyhow,
wow. Thank you.
You got my number, right?
Yes. I'll call you about those mangoes after the show.
Give me a shout later on.
All right, dear.
Other thing, I want you to come to the house because I want to show you something in the house next door. I don't know. I can't even say
Lord.
it.
All right, my dear. Thank you so much. Okay, good. Caller, good morning. Welcome to the program. Happy Thursday.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Sis, good morning, Cayman.
Morning.
And, my 2 cents on this is that people is educated, and some of us go to school and we get educated as far as high school. But common sense, not common,
Trust me.
Let me tell you, you have educated fools.
Oh,
and
yes.
they're the ones, most of the time, that sell us out quicker than someone with simple education.
That's right.
They think they're smarter than they are, so they come and they take us now for fools. So my point is that I've known people that went in there, couldn't read and write, and some of them still can't read and write because when you see what they post, God help you.
McKeever Bush. I'm not calling no names, but McKeever Bush. You ever seen him write in these groups? I mean, you're like, how this man was leader government business? He can't even string a proper sentence together.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
I did before when somebody said Remelia.
It's the civil servants that be making them look good.
Yes, I said she worked at the airline. She was competent to run it. And she learned, and anything that you want to do and you're willing to do, your heart is in it, you can learn it. You can learn whatever you want if you're teachable. And you need somebody that's going to stand up and say no when it's no and yes when it's yes, because too much of them has been bought out. Why you think that they fought the government the way they fought it when they win? They had things on the table when these people with money gonna give you money and you got to get this finished and this pass and whatever. And the problem is when you so confident that you're going back in, then you takes the money and then you owe these people money. You need to get it done. So the problem is this. I gotta give her a kiboo just for starting up against Mr. Hugh, because he thought that nobody would challenge him. Okay, that alone is courage for this woman to take up. Because yes, there were going to be plenty that laugh at you, but they laugh at Jesus. So come on, we ain't no different, and he never did anything. So I'm here to say that alone is courage. That means you will take a stand because you already know people are going to laugh at you. But listen, the laugh is always the best laugh. And let me tell you, if God is in your corner, there's nothing that can't happen for you. So I just want, not for people to look and say, oh, it's Romelia, but, she clean up the place and she whatever. We need every kind of hands on board. That's the problem now. We need people that will go out and they will ticket people for these cars and all of these things. And you understand, throwing garbage the wrong place. We need some of those also. We can't all just have just leaders with this big education and nobody wants to do the underdog work, right? So she can learn like everybody else learn, because there are others in there that had to get their speeches written and all of these things.
That's right.
So don't think that they wrote their speeches.
God, that way they can't. Half the time they don't even know what they're saying. I mean, again, John, we know who is writing his speeches. Mr. Scotland, do you still write speeches for John? I'm just wondering.
So this is it. Sometimes the words, everybody, because even me has a problem sometimes pronouncing words, right?
Of course,
but you can go. What I do is I teach myself before if I'm going to go say something, I'm going to look on the word, study it. She can learn, get the dictionary. That's what it's for. Right? But the point is we need to stop just judging based on we know where people come from, what they were. You don't have to be what you are yesterday, right? Today is a different day. And we learn as we grow older and we get more compassionate and we get to understand what people needs, and our hearts cry out for people. And it's about the heart crying out for the people that can't cry out for themselves, for the less fortunate. Okay? So my dear, take up your horn and blow it. And it don't matter if you win, but you have done a wonderful thing.
We taking her through, folks. Folks, get up and vote.
Everybody, I've been telling everybody, vote for her.
Yes.
And I have encouraged everybody to vote for her.
Clean up the place.
These people is too confident. They think it's from where they come from and a dollar can do it. This is the problem we're in. It's about that almighty dollar, and they think because my name is Hugh or my name is so and I am this one. No, that gotta stop. We need people that care. We need people that understand, and she can learn the law. I have learned in recent time because I got interested in learning, and that's why I was not interested before, but I can tell you many things now, and I'm not gonna run. But I'm not interested in that. But I'm interested in the people who will run and who cares and who I can give a helping hand to that cares about my people. Because if my people come to me, I'm not running. I'm going to help them. And I want other people to do the same thing. Listen, stand up, my girl.
Yes, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Lock and loaded.
Thank you, sis. Thank you.
Marshall says, look at how Big Mac, how long he's been in there, and all know he can't read and write. What a shame. What a hot mess. Romeo, welcome. Change, says Jamila, is what we need. We need change. That is what we want. So let me show you what education gets you. This is what happens when you put people who are in there who are educated, but their heart is in the wrong place. This is what they do. They threaten people. Listen carefully. Listen carefully, folks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
One of the things I mentioned already,
and
I want to say this, and I've said it before. I don't know what or how I will behave when Rose Saunders closes her eyes. But I'm going to say this much. People have already put my mother in the hospital already. And I'm telling you up front, the next time she goes back inside there, there is going to be a side of me that people are going to pray never, ever comes out. Okay? They have done that to my mother already. So while I can live with the stress and the thickness of skin that I've been blessed with to ignore a lot of the stuff, people in our lives take these things to heart. And I'm telling the people I'm out there that have this nasty way of dividing our people with the nasty politics. They better pray to God that Christopher Saunders' intelligence is continuing to be used to the betterment of this country. Because the day I decide to use my mind for something else, also I'm getting away with it. Don't think, I'm not going to tell anybody they're going to prison for anybody, because they're going to prison for nobody. I'm getting away with it.
Yes.
So I want to send that message clear. Because I already got some nasty comments already coming out.
You see, folks, that is what intelligence can get you when it is done from a place of just black-heartedness, right? That is the negativity. Chris Saunders is intelligent. He's a CPA, qualified, but hear what he just did. He has threatened the people of the Cayman Islands and said that our police are so stupid, apparently, that he would be able to hurt people or kill people or whatever he's planning on doing, and he not going to jail. He is getting away with it. Arrogance trumps intellect every single time. We need to start voting people like this out of office. Caller, good morning.
Good morning, Sandra. Good morning, Miss Romelia.
Good morning.
Very good to listen to you both this morning and the callers. First of all, let me say, Miss Romelia, for somebody to run for office and to come out there and to say, here I am, I want to run it, it takes a lot of guts, and I congratulate you for being able to do that. And I believe that the PPM, who you are running against, Joey Hugh, who is a well-liked person in the community, but I understand they are very, very, very nervous about that seat because they think they might lose it, because the unofficial polls are saying that you are doing very well. Now, having worked for government for 12 years in the Cayman Islands in the civil service, let me share this with you. When new politicians came in, we were not really keen to get necessarily somebody who was a CPA or a lawyer and so on. Why? Because when they came in, all we asked them for is, what is the vision for your people? You are the person who is elected. What is your vision? You give us your vision. And once you give us your vision, then we will help you how to navigate like the process of legislation, how it goes. We'll help you navigate the law to say, the law says this. If you want to do what you want to do, this is the way we can do it, and we can help you. So that's what we used to do in the civil service, and that's what every civil servant does. Now, I am not trying to say that some kind of training or orientation is not important. Even in England, people are elected, they are elected, but they just teach you how the processes are so that you are not stumbling too much. When you get in, one of the things you have to push is ask for training regarding that process which happens. Like when you conceive an idea, how do you start now working, consulting, reducing it to a draft law and to take it to the Legislative Assembly? That is a simple procedure. You can be taught that in one full day. Also, ask for training regarding the rules of law which like chief officers apply when they make decisions. Now that area of law is called administrative law or judicial review. This is like if people apply for immigration papers, they apply for liquor licensing, CPA, what are the things which the government can do? What can the chief officer do? What should they not do to avoid embarrassment? Thirdly, when laws are written by passed by Parliament, you will find that those laws, when you read them, they seem to make sense sometimes, but there are certain specialized rules on how you read a law like that. Lawyers understand that very well, but you can also be trained at a very basic level how to do that. Now, having said that, if you ever want to be trained once you come in, get in touch with me. I've got the one-day courses precisely to do that for you. Now, before I sign off, Sandra, please don't send me a bill for advertising. I'm just giving information to you and your guests. Huh? Okay, get in touch with me. Talk to me.
You wouldn't be the first one coming on here advertising, so it's okay.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much for the opportunity, and
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, my dear.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
That's Mr. Blika. But, Ramilia, I think the point is that he's making is that the civil service is there to help a lot of MPs.
That's right.
Yes. And, obviously, like I said, they make them look good because nobody can tell me that McKeeva Bush has ever drafted anything in his life, because I've seen this man right up to last week writing on social media, and I have to just sit there and shake my head. I'm like, this is the man who was premier of this country, leader of government business, going around representing us, the people. We should be embarrassed. And I tell you what, he certainly wasn't ensuring that no garbage was being picked up around his neighborhood, or that derelict homes, were flagged for cleanup, et cetera, et cetera. So somebody said Chris was in Jamaica this weekend at PJ Patterson's party. This is his problem. He's bringing that Jamaican politics here. Well, we know the Garrison-style politics that some of our MPs are all about. And to be clear, he's not the only one. There's another one in Bordentown that does the exact same thing, a.k.a. John Seymour, and he needs to get out too. Next caller says, Romelia, I'm sick of hearing of education and qualifications. It's worth nothing if it doesn't service the best interests of the Caymanian people. I don't want to hear it. We need a balance in Parliament. Everyone can't be a lawyer and a CPA. You can read this to Ms. Amelia from a Caymanian qualified attorney from the Republic of West Bay. I don't know her, but I already love her. That's right. That Cayman flag flying proud. Ms. Amelia, we're going to wrap up because we do have Rolston Anglin waiting in the back studio.
Before we go, I want to just say as well that I have been in the community for decades. I have been getting things done, and the lack of support was outrageous. And when I realized that no one was going against Mr. Joey, I said, we cannot go through this another 4 years. We need things. Look at what J.E. Banks done in Northside. Look at how beautiful Northside is. If we could have get quarter that in Georgetown North, I would have been happy, but we wasn't getting anything. Now we're not going for quarter. We're going the whole way. We're going the whole 10 yards, not 9 yards, 10 yards. Things will get done. Living situations will be better. We're not holding on to anything or putting up with anything just to secure a vote. We're going straight across the board. People, we can do better. We can do better. We're selling ourselves short. So let's get up, measure up, and live in harmony. Thank you.
All right. We do have a caller, question or comment from Mr. Amelia?
Hi, good morning, Miss Amelia. I want you to listen. You might not remember me, but I thank you very much for taking care of Mr. Forbes for me down in Rockall. I thank you very much. Take care of yourself, Mr. Miller, and continue to help him, please.
Thank you so much, ma'am. All right, folks. So let me just read a few comments before we let you go, Mr. Amelia. Some of these came in for you this morning. Trisha says, guys, it was McKeeva who gave out the concessions on the Ritz-Carlton when he was leader of government business, and we have to know our history. Perla says, if you get in, you will be in, my dear. You are not afraid to get your hands dirty. You're not a two-faced like the other people, and you're an amazing person, Miss Amelia. Welcome. So we have Diamond Eyes says, I remember growing up within the same neighborhood that you were born and raised in, Mr. Amelia. I'm so proud of you. And I know your work has been shown over the years. So I know that you'll do a great job. Diamond Eyes goes on to say, when I see you in person, I will definitely shake your hand and you sure will remember me. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Diamond Eyes. We have Kamisha, who says they won't bully Amelia or corrupt her. That's for sure. We need people with real backbone. Kamisha goes on to say Amelia has done far more to help Caymanians in the communities than many politicians who've been sitting on the board for years. These politicians believe handouts is a form of long-term help. And as it relates to the cruise ship berthing facility, I wouldn't be surprised if them same politicians don't have businesses that 95% of the contracts will likely go to.
It's true.
Jasara says she's working from her heart. Give her a chance and see how much better things will be. Anthony says, well, last night at the Boddentown East candidate meeting, John released his new campaign song. Can you believe that the current Minister of Immigration, as the current Minister of Immigration, he would go to Jamaica to get a song done? And of all the local musicians we have here, just to show you, he won't do anything this term again about immigration. Denny was surprised at that. He said, I forgot what Denny said, but Anthony replied and says, yes, sir, Denny Warren, unbelievable individual. And the deputy premier was there as well, and deputy party leader. And I guess that would be deputy party leader. What's his name again? Oh, Lord, forgive me. Kenneth Bryan. By the way, Kenneth promised that he was bringing the PPM on this show, Honey Chan. Oh, now he not delivered that. We told him he wouldn't be able to do it, but he was confident. Sometimes we be overconfident. Morning, caller.
Good morning, Sandra.
Yes, Honey Chan.
I want to bring the attention of listeners the fact that, in my opinion, I don't know sure very Romelia, but she sounds like a person with a big pair of
cojones.
Caymanian cojones.
Yes, sir.
And if I was in her area, I would give her a vote because, in my opinion, the biggest contribution that Joey Hugh made to the Cayman Islands was when he proposed to his wife. I don't see any other contribution that he made. So I would have to say, well, give Ms. Romelia a vote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. All right. Kamisha says Kenneth time is definitely up. Voyager says garrison politics is evident in Saunders' speech. Voyager also says Caymanians like voting for people who sound good and talk a good team, only to be screwed over by them over and over again. The real fools are those who vote the same in over and over again. Jasari says, give Mrs. Smithy a kaboom. That's right. Bring home the kahunas, honey chow. Miss Mary Ebanks says, go Ramelia, go. Sandra Cole says, go Ramelia. Girl, Lisa Prendergast said, good morning, Ramelia. Congrats, girl. Mello says, good advice. And thanks to Mr. Balika for reaching out and offering his assistance as well. And Jonathan says, education does not denote wisdom. Intelligence does not denote integrity. Miss Amelia, good luck to you. We might see you, I think, one more time before April the 30th, but we want to wish you continued success. Keep on your ground game, and, we'll see you soon.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
All right, Miss Amelia. That's Amelia. Welcome. She's running against Joey Hugh in Georgetown North. Folks, let me tell you something. Go and read the editorial piece. You'll see how people are feeling about Ramelia, Miss Ramelia. Go and read the editorial piece, David versus Goliath. So this might be a David and Goliath story, but remember, David took out Goliath with one little rock, honey child. You got to just place it kapow right in the right area, and that is it. What a hot mess. So now we have Mr. Rolston Anglin, who is going to be joining us. Good morning, Rolston. How are you? Rolston, can you hear me?
Morning, Sandra. How are you?
Boy, we
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Okay. Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Good morning. Yes, sir. Loud and clear.
The only thing I'll add to what you just said, Sandra, is that since we're approaching the Easter season, and we know that that's such a time of joy, reflection, and our Christian heritage, is that in the story of David and Goliath, let us not forget that it wasn't the rock and it wasn't David. It was God's work and it was God's doing that caused Goliath to fall. Because the fact of the matter is, in these things called races, it's God's timing and his work and his will be done. And there's an old saying, that man can appoint, but God can disappoint. And that old Caymanian saying is as true today as it's ever been. So man can say that they want whatever and whoever, but whoever is so appointed by God is who's going to, in my mind, going to get elected come April 30th. And I heard you. I've been listening for the last few minutes, and certainly a lot of what has been said really resonates because. When I think back on my history, my mother being, God bless her soul, being a cleaner, someone who cleaned office buildings and condominiums and private homes for a living, and my father being a seaman, then turned painter, I reflect on why I started this journey and walked away from my career, and it was all about trying to help the people of Cayman and looking at my life and saying, if I could come from Northwest Point and not have any titles or last names or any parents that could give me privilege and offer me any privilege. And so that's why what was just being discussed really resonates, because at the end of the day, it is about that rich tapestry that should be elected, which is that we have that mix of people and backgrounds who get elected to then form a parliament and eventually then form a government and an opposition, because that's an extremely important to not just our democracy but any democracy. But some serious blows were being fired, so I was in my office ducking. I got to tell you, I heard a few kabooms, and even when they weren't kabooms, I was saying to myself, okay, well, Sandra and Miss Romelia is on fire here this morning, and quite rightly, right? Because I want to bring up another point. One of the reasons, Sandra, I reached out about wanting to come on, as you know, not only did I release my manifesto very early and come with a clear, transparent plan of things that I would like to achieve, and people have really bought into. As you know, I've been also tracking feedback from people, and we've gotten people from all over who have given tremendous feedback to me. And I heard you all mention immigration and some of the accusations of corruption there. But one that has been brought to my attention that apparently is really a Pandora's box that whoever the next government is going to have to close very quickly. And that is that apparently in the new financial arrangement that is contained in the bill and the law now that governs the Department of Financial Assistance, is the fact that there's a growing number, I don't know the number, but a growing number of what I would like to call fake tenancy and landlord agreements, where one individual will sign leases with more than one person saying that they're renting a room in their home to these people, those persons, and then collecting the money and splitting the money with the tenants, when in fact the tenants are not actually living at the residence.
Yeah.
And so these are the
I
sorts
know
of
of one
things.
involved in that who's an actual attorney, allegedly.
Well, there you go. I mean, so you've heard the same thing that the same feedback that I've gotten on the ground, and I haven't been given any specific example. I haven't had a finger pointed at any particular person, but I've been told that this has become a real issue, and obviously those are the sorts of things that needs to be investigated, right?
Yes.
Because we can't have a system where a person can simply sign, two persons can simply sign an agreement, submit it, and be getting upwards of $1,500 of taxpayers' money for a corrupt scheme. And so
that's right.
We have to ensure, and let's take a big step back. Sandra, one of the things that still has not been done is to clearly define what we as the Cayman Islands government, and I say we because this is all of our business, right? Any time a person either gets a contract or any form of benefit from the government, it is effectively from the people. And MPs and ministers are the guardians of the people. And so for the people on their behalf. And so we need to ensure that going forward, any policy that we put in place has to have belts and braces and accountability around it. So let's go back to unemployment. One of the things that we should be, we've said this so many times now for decades, teach a man or woman to fish, but we continue to go in the opposite direction. We need to have a clear, documented, published unemployment benefits program, so that when a person falls unemployed, they can then apply and know what the system has in store for them. And there must be built in a pathway back to employment, because we cannot continue to grow this unsustainable level of handouts from government and not give people a hand up to make their life better, to make them independent again, not dependent on social systems. And so that was one feedback that I've gotten consistently. We know that that's been an issue for a while, but the whole landlord-tenant one was a new spin, a new area that I hadn't heard in any large measure before, but apparently it's a real issue. I'll tell you another thing, Sandra, that has been brought to my attention, that again, small points, but very, very important to persons who are going through it. And that is the whole system around Caymanian women once they go down the journey of wanting to become a mother and becoming pregnant. And so it's been brought to my attention, and I've been shown insurance policies where if a man and a woman is having difficulties getting pregnant naturally, and they go through IVF or any other form of assistance to get pregnant, which should be that couple's right? Not everybody's just going to be able to conceive quickly and just naturally without some medical assistance. But once a person goes down that route, it's written into some of the best health insurance policies in this country that their benefits revert to SHIC, and they don't enjoy the same benefits as a person who gets pregnant naturally. Sandra, that can't be right. That absolutely positively cannot be right. The other thing that was brought to my, I was shocked. I was shocked, Sandra. And then the other thing that was brought to my attention, and again shown to me in a policy, was, and this apparently runs across all policies. So a woman gets pregnant, and you go through your normal process, which typically will take you, as we know, the 9 months, right? So for 9 months, you're there going through the process and you're making submissions. The fact that the system policies expect you to then have to submit for a pre-certification process, and that if you don't get pre-certified and go into labor and you have your baby, that they can then the insurance companies can then say, oh, okay, well, you didn't apply to us to be pre-certified, so no benefits. That cannot be right. That cannot be right. There's a carve out for persons who go into labor early, and at that point, the medical provider can then apply on behalf of the mother. But again, these are these small hidden trappings that we don't pay attention to, because it's not hitting the masses, as it were. It isn't something that everybody is going through. And so these are the sorts of things, Sandra, that we must ensure we ban. Absolutely ban. Like, if a woman becomes pregnant and you have been getting prenatal care, why in God's creation do you now need to then submit for pre-certification before you deliver? Another one that was brought to my attention, and this one hit close to home for me, because I recalled my mother's journey when she was diagnosed with breast cancer. Sandra, did you know that insurance policies in Cayman say that if a woman develops breast cancer and has a mastectomy in the Cayman Islands versus going to the United States, that they get no cover for reconstruction. Now, if you go to the US, because the US has a federal law, and I'm going to bring this up here in a minute. Let me go back to the message that I got all this information in, because this was in a conversation that I was having with a person in the know just this past week. And so the Women's Health and Cancer Rights Act of 1998 is a federal law that requires group health plans and health insurance companies that offer mastectomy coverage to also pay for reconstructive surgery after mastectomy. And so what I discovered was, in this information that I was given, is that my mother, quote unquote, lucked out because she was at Moffitt. And so once you're in the United States, you then fall under the provisions of this law, and therefore the insurance companies will pay for whatever choice the woman makes. Because remember now, it can be, you can have a reconstruction, or you can have prosthetics. There's different routes a particular female, a particular woman may take that makes her comfortable. And so, you know, Sandra, when this was being described to me, I sat there, and when I read the insurance policy, I just sat there and just shook my head. Imagine the devastation of the news that you have breast cancer. Imagine then in your next step, one of your options is being described to you is a mastectomy. You can tell me that if a woman chooses or simply don't have the funding to go overseas and stay in Cayman, that she shouldn't be made whole? Because, you know, these are small, these may sound like small or insignificant issues to many, Sandra, but put yourself in the place of that woman at that point, her and her family, and what this means to her. And so it's these sorts of points that have been raised during the campaign, as I've canvassed, as people have written in and given me feedback on the manifesto, that have been so encouraging. Not just the fact that people are involved and engaged and giving feedback, but the type of feedback and unearthing these small little things that a lot of times just fly under the radar. Because I can tell you, Sandra, I'm not, you know me, I'm not going to try to boast and say, oh, well, I know this. I didn't know that. And when my mother went through it, I didn't know that at all. Right? I had no idea until that was brought to my attention, you know, the disadvantage that Caymanian women are put at during some of these most vulnerable times. You're trying to start a family. How can IVF all of a sudden disqualify you from the type of care that anyone who gets natural pregnancy is able to get from their insurance company? I'll tell you one that's another vexing one, and you all started to touched on it a little earlier when you had Romelia on. We have a bunch of legislation, whether it's the Towns and Communities Act, whether it's the Public Health Act, that need to put a number of very important pieces of changes that put teeth in legislation as it relates to neighboring properties. The number of people that I either visited during canvassing or called me to just show me what was happening next door to them. So picture yourself, you're there, you keep your yard clean, you keep your area clean, but the property right next door to you, overgrown, derelict vehicles on it, derelict boats on it. I have seen some things that whilst this has been a vexing problem for a long time, we need to stop the talk. We need to stop the talk. People should not be allowed to simply take their property, and in a lot of instances, Sandra, these are empty lots, right? And do whatever they want with it to potentially bring down your property value, but in a lot of instances, just interrupt your whole peace of mind, right? I'm there visiting people on their porches, and we're sitting down talking about the country, and they just point and they're like, Ralston, look at this. Look at this. And I'm calling and calling and calling and can't get a resolution. To my mind, just like there's a system where a vehicle may be on the roadside or what have you, where the DH can tag it. And if the tag is on there for more than, I think it's 21 days, they can remove it. We need to establish a clear, transparent system of complaint for the public who can complain for neighboring properties that are in deplorable condition. You should not be forced to have to live next to persons who just by choice and in a lot of instances want to keep their property in deplorable condition. I mean, I had one example where a person had 2 or 3 of vehicles that were of similar brand, and the owner is saying, oh, well, I got those for parts for my vehicle. Right? So basically what they're doing is scrapping vehicles on their property, saying they're keeping them there just for parts, and then their neighbors have to endure and live through that. Those are small community points that for us may not rise to that level that we talk about as national issues, but you know what? They're impacting people's mental health and their state of being and how it relaxed and how much they can enjoy their homes. And enjoy
we do have a caller, Ralston. So let me just pause you there. Caller, good morning. Question or comment for Ralston Anglin?
Good morning. On both topics, like the one where he was actually talking about cancer, I've had persons that I know, and I've tried to assist them through Ms. Turner's office, and you're calling and you're working and you're just trying, every how to just get a break for these persons. And I truly believe many a times the sick, they pass sometimes because of the stress more than the sickness. Because when they go in, there's no help, and you call it, and this department say, oh, it's not my department, call. And then they have a thing in the government now where most people don't answer the phones. So you're just there calling, and then when you go to the glass house, you can't get no further than right to the front, and then again they send you to the phone. That is stress alone for somebody that is already hearing, my life is ticking, it's ticking, right? And I think these are the most important issues that this little island is facing. If you have no help, you have nothing. It doesn't matter how much money you have. It doesn't matter how pretty you are. If your health is deteriorating, what is it that you're going to say you're living for? And we need to give people hope. We need to really encourage the system to get a better system, like he's saying. If you get looked up here, well, you can't get aftercare. But if you go to America, you can. What are you telling me? So it's like, that's why sometimes you hear the person, oh, the government did this for that one, but they didn't do this, because they does not understand the system, just like in politics. So the reason that other one got, because you got your treatment local and that one went overseas. But like he said, he didn't even know this, right? He's just learning this. And this is why I just said with Ms. Romelia, you can learn. Mr. Rolston is educated, got degrees, he's been around. But everything you have to learn. It doesn't matter how educated you are. You have become educated just because you have learned along the way. Yeah. I have a cousin that went to school to become an attorney, and she failed high school 4 or 5 times and repeat. You hear what I tell you? And become a lawyer because she was determined. And she's right here in this island. So we can do that. The next thing with complaints that you make in regards to these tenants, and I have them come there, and they're living in my place in pain, and they let me know their daughter can get money from NAU and she wants to stay, and I can get that double money. I said, no, there. The government is in this predicament because of people like you guys. You don't do that to the government. Your daughter could stay, you can pay the extra water or light. There's enough room in here. You do not do that to the government. And the problem is what people does not understand. You are raping the government. And when the government go down, you don't work, you don't contribute anything. What is going to happen to you? Yeah, what is going to happen to our country? And the next problem we have in there is because the persons that get the complaint, they don't want to write up all the paperwork. They don't want to go in the field. They don't want to do all of this. And then they're afraid of the person. Don't take up the job if you can't do the job, because you're going to have to face challenges. And this is the next problem we have with people in position. Also, the people in position, they will know me and they're afraid to come because it's my property. Come, if it's me, come. If you want to give me a friendly, because I've had it happen. I have a property that Mr. Richard called from whatever, the environmental health call. He said, we're going to have to charge you. You need to get this clean. And I said, I clean it down, and the people next door throw all of their garbage over and has discouraged me. I said, I cannot keep cleaning up their garbage. So we have more than one problem. You have a property and you clean it, and they're the same ones come clean it and you throw the dirt. Miss Romelia and other people, we need somebody we can complain that this is a job they're doing, that we can both get the right treatment, myself and the next property owner, that is a fair thing across the board. We need fairness here. And all of this is what I want from anyone that go in as the next government. So let us listen carefully, Cayman. Let us choose carefully, Cayman, because we need changes, because it might be me today, but you tomorrow, or your sister or your brother. And when these problems come, then you're going to understand what the next person face. So let us face it today for the person for tomorrow, because it might be your child. We are building laws that could benefit our own children. So please, I am begging you all to vote carefully. Don't vote for that money they can give you that's going to last a day or today. After that, they don't want to hear you. They don't want to see you. They're not going to answer your calls. That's
all right.
My 2 cents.
Thanks, my dear. Appreciate it. We've got another caller. Good morning, caller. Welcome to the program.
Good morning, Sandra.
Morning.
Yesterday, morning, Raleigh. I was on your program today, and I was telling Ozzy and Wayne and Andre and Robert to emulate what Mr. Joel Walton did, how he treated his staff with respect I want to say that about Wilson Island this morning. So to all of your callers that are listening, this young man is a man of our soil. And everybody, like I said before, people would call me and say, oh, well, Joel did this or did that. Look, every one of us have a past. Every one of us have done something that we're not proud of or whatever. But this young man treated our Caymanians the way that we deserve to be treated. And I'm telling our people that this young man was an excellent minister as well. He reminded me of all the older ministers that I came in with in the early 80s. And Raleigh, I'm not just bigging you up. I stand by this. Give your flowers to the people when they're alive and not when they're dead, because they can't hear you. Raleigh, you're getting a second chance. And I told you 2 years ago, I had a dream morning that you were celebrating because you were coming back in, and you were coming back in. And I want our people to know that it's a shame that we have a young man by the name of Ronaldo Goff, who I think is brilliant and deserves to be a doctor in this country, and he's my cousin as well. We want to make sure that Ronaldo gets what he needs, because we should be proud of a young man that is going to be a doctor, has been here, has helped people, and may his soul rest in peace, Mr. Donovan. He was so proud of that young man, gave him so many compliments of all the things that he found and spoke about that young man. And it's a shame that he's not here to talk about it. But the bottom line is, Raleigh, continue to do good for your people, just like what Joel is doing. It makes a difference. You're talking about why mental health is on the rise. It's because people are seeing their families and mothers and fathers come home, and they're upset how they're being treated on jobs. It's not right. Raleigh, do you know I came over to help you. You know I was moved over in a secondment to come over and help you when you came over. You know I was making extra revenue. Do you know that all of that revenue has been destroyed? All of it, okay? And for the last 8 years, from 2018 till now, not one single person has called or said, let me come and investigate to see why we are no longer making that revenue. Now there's so many out there trying to get in our government. And here it is, you had a young woman on board, developed revenue twice. Never been recognized for it, but we've destroyed it. We have destroyed it, Raleigh. All of that revenue that was being made was going into general revenue to help the country being run. And where is it now? It's gone. Raleigh, also, the third point is, you're correct about these insurance companies. We need a serious deep dive and overhaul. In the United States, you can take a life insurance policy. You can take a loan out in it. It can help families. Here, we can't do anything with our policies. It's a double system. It's a biased system. And they're bleeding us while they are getting rich. You need to overhaul that and make sure that everything is right for our people. So, Raleigh, that's my best wishes to you. And I hope that, everything goes well for you on April 30th. I do want to encourage our people to know that this young man can stand on any stage and represent us. And Raleigh, thank you for treating Caymanians the way that Joel treated his people, not the disrespect that after you left, or what Miss Juliana did to all of the Caymanian people, turned them against each other, turned their place into a toxic environment. Raleigh, that was never you. And I want to say, if all of us could walk in and run with you or walk with you, the Caymanians that work with you, I know that they would. So your hats off to you for treating our people like that. And thank you again for giving us that opportunity to see a young man like you that treated us that kind of way. Thank you so much for everything, Raleigh, because that means a lot to many people. God bless.
All right, my dear.
And take care.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
All right, Rolls. So we're going into less than 2 weeks now from Election Day. And if we could talk about what you've got planned so that people can know essentially, how to find you if they need to in the last couple of weeks. Maybe they have some last minute questions. What's your schedule looking like?
So Sandra, right now I am just concentrating on continuing my door-to-door visits, and I'm actually circling back now. I've covered the entire West Bay North, and the feedback has been tremendous. People want positive change. People want experience where it matters, because quite rightly, lots of times experience isn't necessarily what you want if the person's not going to deliver for Caymanians. And so the fact is, people know my track record. I want to thank the caller that just called in, and she's quite right. She did approach me some time ago, and she said 2 years, so she would remember, and that is exactly what she said to me. She was a staff in the ministry when I was there, and it is quite a shame, from what I can understand, that the team that we had managed to build is no longer there to deliver for our children. But getting back to your specific question, Sandra, when it comes to my last 2 weeks, I'm just going to be on the ground in West Bay North. I'm going to have a public meeting next week. Next Wednesday night, I'm going to have a meeting down in what I call my Uncle Hartley's old square. People call it now Suprises, but I'm just old enough to remember that was my Uncle Hartley's yard. The two young men that own Suprises are his grandsons. So I'm going to be back in Mr. Uncle Hartley's square next to Suprises restaurant next Wednesday night. And then on the Tuesday before election, of course, I'm going to have my final rally at the Turtle Farm parking lot. And so over the Easter, I'm going to be heading up to Barker's. And I have quite a few family members who have traditionally gone up there. So I'm going to be popping up there just to visit a number of them. But most importantly, Sandra, if you give me 1 second, I want to bring up and announce for a number of family members who a few years ago started what is I would call it fledgling, because that's what you call a startup. I think I got the word right, Sandra. It's Easter Monday. So on the 21st of April, from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m., they're going to have the Grassy fishing tournament. And that's put on by the family of Grassman, the late Grassman Ebanks. For any West Bayers who knew him, he was a man that just survived off the sea, right? And Sandra, he was one of those that lived in that unenviable space of old customs versus new laws. As you can imagine, when we went through the whole process of having conch seasons, lobster seasons, a lot of us who've never had to live off the sea, literally live off the sea, go fish and either sell fish and eat what you catch. That's not something that I would say 99% of us can appreciate, right? But here's a man that's pretty much what he did. And so, of course, when you bring in all these new laws and customs, one of the things that happens is a lot of people like him get displaced, right? Because here's a man that used to walk out into the up in Barker's. He would walk out at night up to his chest in water. Most of us would never be that brave, first of all, and actually tap out a line and stand in the water and fish. You want to hear the times when he caught sharks in that type of situation, Sandra. And that's not a made up story. That is real stuff. And so on Monday the 21st, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m., they're going to be having the Grassy fishing tournament. They just do some fun fishing from the shore. Sure, it's catch and release, but it's again that family's way of honoring his legacy and his memory, because he spent more time up on that Barker's beach than 99.9% of human beings. And of course, that's an area that I lived in for over a decade. And so it's an area that me and my children and my pets used to love going, which is going up there and doing our walks and going through the dikes for our runs. So I'm going to be heading up there to enjoy some downtime, because I think during this season, when we reflect on the fact that Good Friday marks the crucifixion of our Lord and Savior, and then his rising, which is, of course, the most important story in the Christian religion. It's a time for family. It's time for downtime and taking time out to just relax and reflect. So over the Easter, I'm not going to be doing any politicking, as it were. That's just going to be some time to just take some time out, recharge the batteries, and be raring to go by Wednesday night. And having that last week then of actual formal campaigning. But again, people can reach me. The numbers on the manifesto cover. The email is on there, and so people have been reaching out and getting in contact with me. And thus far, and with just 2 weeks to go, the feedback, Sandra, has been tremendous. People want change. People are tired of all of the excuse making. People are tired of hearing all the excuses around. You all talking about immigration earlier. People are just tired. Tired of the foolishness. They want people with steel backbones and steel back and will stand up and fight for Caymanians, fight for a better tomorrow. And certainly people who've known me and known my time when I was there, I'm a fighter, and I'm proud to be a fighter. Right? I'm proud to have been born from Northwest Point and come from a poor family, and that's why we have to provide hope in a time of darkness, and there's just too much darkness with too many of our families, and we have to give people that real hope that action is going to be taken, not talk. Tired of all the talk. And we've had a lot of talk during the campaign, Sandra, so we're in the wind down stages now, and so it's time for us to take action, and I'm encouraging voters to go out and make your voices heard. I say to people all the time, if you think staying away from the polls is a statement, that's not the statement. The biggest statement is to get out and vote. That's the real statement. That's how you actually make a statement in our system of democracy. Get out and vote for the candidate of your choice. Choose wisely.
All right, caller, good morning.
Did you get a winner?
Oh my gosh, long time ago. Yes, that was, yes, my dear. That was the beginning of the show. Oh my goodness. So Rolson, I don't know if you caught the beginning of our program today and you heard the latest court update with myself, but apparently the DPP's office is throwing in the towel with my Court of Appeal case and conceding after they saw, our arguments that they don't even have a response.
Oh, okay. No, I was on the road because you saw me messaging you. Yeah, I was out on the road, so I only caught. I think I got online about 8 a.m. or somewhere around there. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Well, there you go. All I can tell you is congrats, and someone just wrote in, and there you go. This is why technology can work so well. And I want to make special mention of a man that was a good family friend, but great friend of my father, Mr. Rudy Powery, who actually helped organize the first Grassy fishing tournament. So let me make sure to give him that credit. And of course, both of them have passed on. But let me make sure that I'm clear about that. And just recognize that Mr. Rudy, most of us know him as Rudy Powery, was who came up with the idea and worked along with the family to do something in Grassman's honor and started the Grassy fishing tournament, which will be April Monday. It'll be Easter Monday, so April 21st, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And once you go up on the Barkers Beach, you will see it'll be easy to find. So just look out for Zeta May. Just look out for Zeta May Borden and any of Grass's other family members. If you have any questions and want to participate, bring your hand line, bring some bait, and participate.
And just remind people of the dates of that again, please.
So it's Easter Monday, so first, up at Barkers on Barkers Beach will be the Grassy fishing tournament. So it'll be 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. and it's a nice catch and release program. It'll be a lot of fun. Just bring your line and bring your bait and fish from the shore.
And any age limits in terms of who can participate?
Nope.
Okay.
Come young.
All right, let's read a few.
Come
one,
all.
come all.
Yeah.
Few comments. This person says, I'm in Georgetown North and I voted for Joey the first time he ran. Never ever saw him or heard from him during his entire career in politics, most likely because I've been publicly vocal about many of their political decisions. He should be trying to win my vote, not just assuming he will get it. Johan got my vote the last time and Mr. Amelia will get it this time. I will never, ever vote again for PPM or for that matter, Joey. They have shown us what they are about again and again, and I would be insane to vote for them again. And this person says, hi, Ramelia. Hello. All right. Another comment.
Make sure and pass that one on to Ramelia. Pass on the encouragement.
Yes, for sure. I'm definitely going to send that to her. But here's another one that's directed at you that also involves the PPM. They said, tell Raleigh when he's elected, don't join PPM because we don't want no PPM in West Bay.
Well, we know the PPM has never won a seat in West Bay.
I know. Another one says, good morning. Can you please ask Mr. Anglin what he plans to do in West Bay North about the homes that have like 10 and 11 cars parked on the roadside because of rental rooms? It's ridiculous. I think they should be able to park on their property, not on the road and blocking stop signs.
That's a problem all over. And because of the housing crisis that we have and an increase in rents, we continue to have this vexing problem of single family dwellings where so many people are cramped up in these spaces that this is what is happening. They're flooding onto the streets. And again, these are the sorts of things that we need to have teeth, right? Because what I've been told is that you call the police say they can't do anything about it. You call lands and survey, they can't do anything about it. You call planning, they can't do anything about it. And so people are left in this very frustrating cycle and circle that you're just going around and around and around where no one can do anything about anything. And so just like being able to clean up properties if the landowner refuses to, we need to enable through either the town and communities law or whatever law we seek to tag this on, because listen, that's what the legislators are there for. You're there to legislate, put laws in place that actually make sense and help the community and help Caymanians. And so this is a key thing that we need to do, because I saw one, and this was my own eye, Sandra, a few nights ago. I was driving in West Bay, and this wasn't even West Bay, this was just in West Bay general. This specific property wasn't in West Bay North. But I had to, it was a narrow road. A car was coming from the other direction. Now, the two of us normally could just pass quite freely. But I had to sit there and stop because there was so many cars parked up in this one rental property, right? And so I took the address because those are the ones that we need to understand what's going on. I'm sure there wasn't any party because I saw no one on the outside of the house, and it all looked very quiet and dark. And I think it's just what this person is saying. It's these rental properties with so many multiples of people who are living in them, and when people try to get relief because it's a nuisance in their neighborhood or neighbor of their property, they can't find anyone who can help them because it again falling between the proverbial cracks. We need a government that is going to cement over all these cracks, put legislation in place, and enforce it. Because we're good at passing laws. We're very, very bad at enforcing them.
Interesting. Thank you very much. Let me just see here. This is another one when you were talking about the land situation. This person says, yes, that land beside me, the owner always keeps it clean, but my next door neighbor dumps all his garbage on the land and burns it, and it doesn't burn to ashes. When I call the police, they ask me if I know if the landowner gave him permission to do it. I said, permission? It's against the law. He's dumping his garbage. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, and yeah, Sandra, and these again, these are Yeah, these are these small issues that they don't rise to the level of what we've talked about on a few shows, on a number of the shows that I came on before, where we talk about rollover policies and immigration and how we need to have SciFec transformed into the national training in trade school. But these are real points that affect people.
Yeah.
And the fact is, when people get frustrated, everything, their mental health, everything gets impacted. A lot of times people don't even pinpoint, well, what's causing us to now, and I think one of your callers said it quite well earlier, when she talked about the fact that it's not just diseases that are killing people, but stress. And you get stressed out because you have these vexing situations right next to you and you can't get any relief. And those are the sorts of issues that an advisory district council would also help with, Sandra, where we get more empowerment in the local affairs, so that the MP, who can't be everywhere and solve every problem, have a systematic way, and residents, more importantly, have a systematic way of making complaints. And let's get action. Let's get action taking place, because I'm tired of the talk. We need to have action on these points.
Wow. Yeah, and to your point, Ralston, honestly, it's these little things that make all of our lives challenging and difficult. I mean, nobody wants to live in a house, in a neighborhood with derelict. We've got one, and people are starting to dump beer bottles and stuff like that in our neighborhood. It's an eyesore, and every time you have to drive by it or walk by it, they don't want to clean it up. We have to keep reaching out to the Department of Environmental Health to get stuff done. And those are the things, too, that cause a sense of frustration in our neighborhoods. They're contributing to rodent issues, rats and rodents all over the place. We've got cockroaches, that are on these properties and stuff as well, because people refuse to keep them to a minimum standard. I mean, nobody's asking for everybody to have $1 million house and, whatever, but just to keep it clean. That's it, It's just so unbelievable. Oh my gosh. Yeah. So Ms. Sue says, Rolston, it's going on all over the place with rental homes. So many people in one house. It's disgusting. $500 a room for the owner who is greedy. Abby says an unfortunate double-edged sword. If you have 4 people in one bedroom and they can pay more than a single individual, but if you force 4 people to get their own rental, your increased demand in the market and therefore prices inevitably. But, there's also one thing that people never seem to take into consideration, and that's the safety of these residences. If you have a house that was approved and got a CO, say a 2, 3, 4 bedroom house, and they anticipated at maximum maybe 6 or 7 people would be in that house, and you have double or triple that, no one is thinking about the implications of that in terms of what that means for the safety of those individuals. Heaven forbid a fire should ever break out in one of these tenancy homes, and you don't even know who's in there and how many people they have in there. Windsor Park, Ms. Amelia is always on about the parking, people parking on the streets. Emergency vehicles cannot get through. If something happens, heaven forbid, again, there's a fire or somebody, is dying, the ambulance can't get through because the roads are not wide enough. There's not enough space for any of that to take place. So there's some additional concerns, I think, that need to be really talked about and discussed. And that's why we need to have some implementation of some standards here. Denver makes the point. He says to rent an Airbnb, you're only allowed to have X number of people. Should be the same for rentals in general. And that's right, because the funny thing about it, we keep talking about a landlord and tenancy board, inspections of properties to make sure they're meeting some minimum standards. Well, we do that, Rolston, as you probably know, for our visitors. People who come to this country, if you're in the short-term rental market, Airbnb, you have to have a license. And that license requires you to put down how many bedrooms, what your living space is like, how many people you're renting to, how many people in each room. Like the application form actually says, room number 1, how many beds are in that room, and how many people you say are permitted to stay in that room. All of these regulations, all of these things in place, they come and make sure you've got fire extinguishers the most, and yet we can be renting to, people who live and work in this community, sometimes Caymanians, and there are none of those requirements in place. You can rent a property and not have a fire extinguisher in it. So when a fire breaks out, that person doesn't have any way of putting out the fire. You can rent a property and have overcrowding at the property, not doing regular, treatments for pest control and all these things. I think it's really time, Ralston, that we step up to the plate and we start to put some of these minimum standards in place because, when we talk about not just the cost of living, but the quality of our living should also matter.
Absolutely. And so, Sandra, you said a mouthful there. And of course, Airbnb is a self-policing network. And so why shouldn't we therefore have developed? And there's another great addition to the CMR suite of accountability.
To get a license, you need to apply to the tourism department, and they issue your license, and they will come out and inspect on an annual basis your property in order for you to renew your license. So it's not self-policing.
In Cayman, yes. But in other places where you have Airbnb, the key is those reviews, right? That's what keeps that landlord honest, or the host. They're not called landlords, the host, to ensure that they're up to that minimum standard. Because once you get bad reviews, no one's going to rent that property. And so we need to get some sort of incentive along the same thing. Now, you just mentioned, I just saw a comment come in, and I think it's from Abby Bodden. And if you look on page 7 of my manifesto, and you see the incentives that I am proposing to put in place to help get more housing on the market, because she's quite right. Unless we get more housing on the market, we are going to continue to drive prices up. And one of the ways that I have proposed is that we get rid of incentives for any large developers, and that all incentives would be granted to only small Caymanian developers of let's say you pick 25 units or less, because that would be an acre of land. That's a small development by any stretch of the imagination. And you incentivize them to get their housing on the market. Right now, the frustrations that they're going through with planning, stormwater management plan, therefore all the other agencies in government. And then on top of that, there's no way for them to actually get incentives to then try and pass on. And if you look on page 7 of the manifesto, you will see that I'm proposing a very structured, open book way in which you not only incentivize small, but it has to be Caymanian developers, and have that system where you can hold them accountable to pass those savings on to Caymanian buyers. And so those are the things that is going to impact Caymanian lives, Sandra. Those are the things that are going to bring down cost of housing, increase the housing stock on this on Grand Cayman, which we've talked about now for at least 5 to 10 years being in crisis, and people being able to just have any little shanty, shacked up something, and and you can charge $1,000 a month for it, which is ridiculous what they're able to charge. But because there's such limited stock, as she quite rightly pointed out, then therefore people can just charge whatever they want because people need a place to live. But I'll tell you the other thing that is going to be where the rubber meets the road. One of the things that I learned very early on in my legislative career is that there are times when government have to act, and act forcibly. You all talked a little bit earlier about sham work permits, right? Who take out work permits but don't have work for people. The majority of that, let's remember now, the majority of that is driven by sham business licenses. That is, you take out a business license, but you have no contracts, right? Because most people aren't taking out permits for a person as an individual. They've opened ABC, lawn, garden, and care, XYZ construction company. And then they go and they take out these work permits, make the people pay them, and the people then float out in our economy, have no work, but are going looking work. But they're then paying the Caymanian who's holding the work permit. Where do those people have to stay? They have to stay somewhere. They have to live somewhere. We have to ensure the next government have got to look at our entire business licensing regime. They also have to look at specific categories. How long are we going to talk about the fact that we have some 500 plus construction company licenses in Cayman? We have more construction licenses per capita than anywhere in the globe. Anywhere in the globe.
It's ridiculous. And don't get me started on construction industry, because we have the likes of Philip Hydes out here doing the most to people, and people feel like they have no recourse. So don't even get me started on that. But that's a whole other area that needs to be better police, better enforcement. Planning needs to get their ish together, because they're approving properties done by shoddy construction that 2 months after the property is built, they have to turn around and condemn it because the buildings are literally cracking and falling apart. Caller, good morning.
A pleasant good morning, Auntie San, and good morning to Mr.
Morning, dear.
Anglin.
Yes, sir. Good morning.
Good morning.
In Santo Domingo, into Santo Domingo, you're not able to put down apartments unless you have a license from the government. We need to implement the same thing here in the Cayman Islands, and you are not able to rent a house because it do not have a firewall, and all walls need to be cement. You are not able to rent a house or anything in Santo Domingo unless it's inspected by the government. And I think we call it, the laws are here, but nobody's implementing the laws. Nobody's taking them out. That is the problem here in the Cayman Islands. Because right now, down in Schooners Lane, you got a 2-bedroom apartment with 23 people staying on the inside. And 1 bathroom. And it was a house, and they turned it into apartments. They split it up, but the walls are not. Some of the walls are cement. Some of the walls are wood, and that is not good for apartments. And it don't have a firewall or anything. And you report it to government, and they tell you plain and straight, they cannot do nothing. You report it to planning, it's the same thing.
Wow. Thank you, caller.
And the rules and regulations is there. Stating if you was we call it change the house into apartments, it needs to be a firewall that fire cannot go from one unit to the next unit. And they are telling you that they can't do anything. They can do something.
All right. Thank you, my dear. Yes. Somebody said to please give you a kaboom in relation to DCI. They said Claudia Brady is not doing a thing in DCI. Their enforcement of these fake licenses is given out on a daily. So we have multiple arms of government. There's no vetting process. And I guess maybe they're going to say that does not fall under their responsibility. I'm not sure. But DCI, once you pay the fee and you meet the few little minimum requirements, they don't check to see if it is a bona fide business in any way, shape, or form. They just issue the license. And once you've got that license, then you can turn around, run to WORC, and take out these fraudulent work permits. So Ms. Brenda says the better question is, how many of these licenses are held by Caymanian? They're all held by Caymanians, because you can't get a business if you're not a Caymanian. But the problem with that is, and sometimes, like I said, I pointed out some of our own Caymanians this morning that are abusing the immigration system themselves. But even if they're not that Caymanian, they're a Caymanian that has status, and they are breaking the law. Look at the number of people that have called into this show where we're trying to help them recover where they paid for their own work permits. All this money that they paid and there's no job for them, there's no availability. Those are fraudulent individuals. And in most of those instances, those are the newer Caymanians, AKA our Jamaican brothers and sisters, who have found loopholes and found a way to take advantage of the system. So what we need to start doing is closing some of those loopholes, because they are really, there's a whole racket of people taking out permits and having people pay them, and they have no legitimate business or no legitimate job. And, you know, some of them get up in their feelings when WRC says, show me the contracts that you have. You have a lawn business. Show me the contracts, the maintenance contracts. Show me your construction contracts. So I'm not saying that WRC isn't doing anything when they're asking for permits. Then they turn around and lie, and they get other people to say, oh, let's pretend that you and I have a cleaning company. Let's pretend that my company is cleaning for you, and we have a contract for cleaning services in place so I can take out permits. The ridiculousness needs to stop. And one of the ways in which we need to stop it, Ralston, is we need to make the fines worth our while. When people are sitting here not paying pension, not paying insurance, and all of these other things, they should not be getting a slap on the wrist. We need to start sending them a very strong message that if you're not going to be in compliance with the law, this is what is going to happen. And furthermore, you will never be entitled, or you will have 5 years of no entitlement to another work permit or another business license again. I bet you then they'd start to get the message. Stop playing around with people.
But Sandra, the other thing that we have to look at, right? We have to look at this regime that was started with these discounted licenses, right? The licenses are like the prices in the old days of when you went up to Miami. Instead of going to Walmart or Kmart, you went to the flea market, right? Because people are taking out licenses for $75.
Yeah, it's meant to help Caymanians, right? Where basically all you're paying is the filing fee. But you can see how, once again, people are taking advantage of that. And that is where, you know, people, I suppose, will always find a way to take advantage of the system. So yes, the government is trying to help people by saying, okay, year upon year, we're going to waive the actual licensing fees. All you're paying is the application fee. And then what happens? People take advantage of that. It's just really, really sad.
And that's the bottom line for me, Sandra, is we need to look closely at all of our industries, because here's what's happening. The few Caymanians who have a legitimate lawn and gardening company, up and running, good business, they're doing things the right way, then get flooded with hundreds of other persons who are simply taking out licenses to bring persons here on fraudulent work permits and flood the market with people without work. So like, you know, at some point we have to call a spade and accept that discounted system that was started when the economy was very weak is perhaps not appropriate anymore, and that we need to go revert back to the system that we had. We had a system that worked. I mean, $300 is what
more importantly, we do need to change the law where, because I've even sat in court and I've heard magistrates say that you're the type of person who should never be running a business. You should not have a business license. You have all these other infractions, right? And because there's nothing in the law that allows DCI or even the judges to say you can no longer ever get a business license. They go out there and get another license. There was a young Caymanian girl who was actually, you know, she would take out an insurance policy as required by law. And then immediately after getting the work permit, she would turn on and cancel said policy. And you know, the judge was like, the judge is like, I should be able to say to you for the next 5 years, you're barred from ever getting a business license in Cayman, but I can't do that. So we need some amendment of the current legislation, and we need some serious enforcement arms, and we need to increase what enforcement is able to do to people who are constantly breaching the laws of this country. But I mean, the system is seen as a joke. And I refer often to the fact that we have a labor minister who himself is in breach for years of labor laws and nothing is done about it. And these people sit down and work with him in cabinet. He's running right now with the progressives. So what does that say? That they're okay with criminality in this country? They're okay with people not paying pension and insurance? Has Joey Hugh ever asked Dwayne Seymour to provide him with the proof that he's now paid and is up to date with all of his pension and insurance payments? Of course not. Because these guys don't care. It's like one law for me and a different law for them. It's absolutely ridiculous. Eco Rides 9362626 is the telephone number. Velasquez says, my question is, can we blame them for taking advantage of the system? The government was well aware of these loopholes as they created It is a sad reality, but it's true. It starts from the top down. So yes, I mean, I agree that you have to close the loopholes, but also there's something to be said for the fact that we continue to import people into this country who have a criminal mind. Because let me be very clear. You can tighten like a noose on your neck. And if that person is just criminally minded, they will always find a way around the system. Remember back in the day, Rolston, when everybody shared the 876, I think it was 876 or 809 or something area code before we had 345? You know why they changed it? Because our Jamaican brothers and sisters are so smart that they were figuring out how to deceive AT&T back in the day and deceive the phone companies into getting free calls back to Jamaica. And the company said, okay, we need to separate, instead of all the Caribbean having a single area code that they shared, they're like, okay, we need to separate it by country so that we can narrow down how they're doing this, right? Copper wire, Thank you, Ms. Brenda, 809. Copper wires are installed. And the minute a copper wire is installed, they forget how to go steal the copper. My point is, some people, not everybody, but some people have a criminal mind and they use their smartness just like Chris Saunders. They use their smartness for all the wrong things. And so those are the people who are less deserving of Cayman status. And it becomes incumbent on Caymanians. Listen what I'm going to say carefully. Not the politicians. It becomes incumbent on Caymanians to stop marrying those type of people. Stop allowing them to integrate into our families. And I don't care where they come from. They could come from regionally, internationally, the UK, the US. I don't care where the criminals are coming from. We have got to stop bringing them to our little rock, marrying them, and allowing them to get status in this country. Good morning, caller.
Good morning. How are you doing?
Not bad.
Good morning,
How are you?
Lawson. All right.
Good morning.
The first time.
Thank you, first time caller.
Yeah, but I just heard you. This is actually Novi.
Hey.
How you doing?
Not bad.
Great topic, and just want to touch on what you were talking earlier about Airbnbs, because I've been working hard to get into an Airbnb. I've been doing Airbnb for some time, and of course you're correct. All of the strict rules that they have, and it does protect us because, as hosts, it's good that we keep up with these things.
Yeah.
But the one thing I wanted to touch on more, because, I'm more about culture and heritage. I'm always speaking about that, trying to do stuff in that area, is that I always, and I spoke to the minister, Kenneth, a while back about this before he became a minister. And I was more on the lines of, I hear about the incentives that you're doing for people, right? Airbnb is a new market to a lot of people, but why aren't there incentives for locals, Caymanians that are involved in this product? Because the barrier to entry is the huge cost that you're talking about and the fees. Now, my understanding is that they're going to increase those fees to 18%. Now they're 13%.
You mean on the Airbnb side or government?
No, on government side.
The local government. Okay.
The local government. So we have to pay fees every month.
Yeah. And keep in mind, Nobi, I mean, I always advise people to look carefully at the Airbnb market to see if they're actually making money, because on the other side of that, and people don't realize this, Airbnb is also taking a 15% fee, which they just went up on. So if automatically 30% is coming off the top, are you really making money?
Well, you're correct, but this is the thing that I'm trying to say.
Yeah,
there should be some incentives in this area, because what we are missing in Cayman is we're missing, or I believe our government and our people are missing, promoting our own culture and heritage. Because there's so much people that come to my Airbnb and other people that I know, and they're now experiencing a local in the market. And in my view, the government should be given people, at least, they should have some tiered effect. There shouldn't be 13%. They should probably waive that for locals. And I know everybody, you're making money, something has to come in. But my real point here is, if someone can rent for a year without paying any stamp duty, so what's wrong with someone doing it? And I'm assuming they did that to help locals, help people, so that they can defray some costs of their property, because right now cost of living is so high. right? Expensive. I mean, I don't even want to talk about what my house insurance is. It's ridiculous. It's gone through the roof. So if you could give locals some incentive to get into this particular market, which seems to work for some people, and I think it works, right?
Yeah.
And by cutting those fees and actually the whole process, because I tell you, I've been doing it, and I know my next door neighbors, I have some people that are older, they would like to do it, but they're not going to go through that process.
Yeah.
They're not. So my thing is, what I want to see up in the upcoming election is I want to see politicians that are considering our culture and heritage and our people. I understand all these things that be in place, and what Ralston is pointing out is very, very important. If there are issues that I talk about every day, but some people don't think that is necessary for them to regulate people. Someone come and ask you, take out a work permit for me. What are you doing? Giving someone the right to work for themselves? Right?
Or even worse, Nobi, because a lot of those people, they're not going to work for themselves. They're going to go out there and get involved in criminal activity to be able to pay their bills in this country when they should not even be here. So they're the ones who are selling numbers illegally. They're the ones who are prostituting themselves. They're the ones who are potentially selling drugs and other stuff.
Yeah.
So we're our biggest enemy a lot of times when we come to importing this type of behavior.
Yeah. So again, not that I want to go into deep on everything, but I wanted to touch on that area that I could hopefully my good friend there, Mr. Ralston, can think about it and possibly consider this as one of those areas. I know he will probably do his research, which he's very good at all of that, and try to think about how we can incentivize people in this area. I think initially the Airbnb market was for people who were not locals that were investing in Cayman. And then everybody, the government said, okay, we got to regulate it. It's good that they regulate it to a point. But I'll be honest with you, the fees, I think that what a small business like Airbnb, because this is a business registered through tourism, is we need to have flexibility that if we want to drop our prices down, we don't have to worry about giving that same 13% on to government or the other losses that we talk about. I mean, trust me, it is a difficult market to be in. And you're right about Russell's right about the reviews, but I do think some areas we need to incentivize, particular areas that are providing a local product and something that is cultural, something that we can associate with, because so much times we get people just doing their own thing and they never even realize they're in Cayman. So anyway,
all right. Thank you, my dear. Appreciate it.
There.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Ralston, I know you got to run, but thank you so much. Somebody says, please give Nobi a kaboom. I know that you do have to run, but we had one final question.
Nobi does
Yes, we have one final question, if I can sneak it in real quick. This one says the Environmental Protection Fund has been drastically depleted over the years. So how can we purchase more land? None of the land is for sale. So short of compulsorily purchasing it, how?
So Sandra, that is complete misinformation. Absolute complete misinformation. And I watch very closely who asks what questions when I come on. The Environmental Protection Fund has not been drastically depleted. It has over $40 million in it. The Cayman Islands government uses the EPF to satisfy its financial ratios. The fund has money. So, Sandra, this goes back to the whole Chris Johnson situation down by the rock where they clean the fish. Me and you have been over this topic before. Compulsory acquire it. Also, we believe that the next step is that for government to run around simply willy-nilly compulsory acquiring land, and we think that that's going to go down without people are going to go down without a fight, without fighting to get the value anyway. The fact of the matter is, if you try to compulsorily acquire land just because government wants the property, the landowner is going to take the government to court. The courts are going to then rule that the government has to go get the land valued, and more than likely they may not even be permitted when somebody either judicially reviews it or sues the government. So that whole old pie in the sky thing of we can compulsory acquire Barcos, so that's where this is coming from. We can compulsory acquire it and we can just go and take the land. It's absolute and utter nonsense. The fact is, the EPF, the Environmental Protection Fund, has over $40 million in it at present, and we ought to be using those monies to be able to acquire environmentally sensitive lands. That's a key part of what the EPF was set up for. But I want to thank Nobi because Nobi does such a...
Go ahead, Wilson.
So I want to thank Nobi, Sandra. A lot of times talk about giving flowers when people are alive. You know, a lot of people don't realize a lot of the good work that Nobi does, the cultural work that he does, the tour business that he has up in East End, and he's quite right. His Airbnb, and I've gone up there and I've actually participated in taking his tour as a Caymanian. A lot of times as Caymanians, it's touristy, so we don't do it. I actually went on his tour with him. It's a fantastic tour. You get to exercise, you get outside. So there's all sorts of benefits, and you get to see Nobi set up, and what Nobi is doing there with his Airbnb, and it's so good and refreshing. I've taken a note of what Nobi said in terms of perhaps, yes, we still have the inspection, but not charging the fees. Now, where we would have to be careful with that is we would need to make sure that we ring fence that for truly, as he put, people who are looking to preserve our culture and heritage. Because we obviously, I would not be in favor of doing it for condos on 7 Mile Beach or condos on the beach up in Northside in terms of waiving their fees. But someone like Nobi, where it's truly local, that would be very different. How we would have to develop that as a policy would take some thought so that we do it right and we get the targeted, we benefit the persons we're truly targeting, like the Nobis, who are truly pushing our culture, pushing our heritage, so that visitors can come and enjoy it. But Sandra, I do have an appointment that I need to get to. So I do have to come off at this point, but just want to thank you. It's been a good show as usual. And before I get off, I want to wish everyone a blessed Easter. I want to invite people to come out to the Grassy Ebanks Fishing Tournament on Monday, Easter Monday, April 21st, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And again, want to thank Mr. Ruda Powerif of blessed memory, who started this along with Grass's family, who are going to be on hand to see this through. So have a wonderful weekend. And Sandra, I'll see you next week, God's willing.
Okay. Thanks very much, Wilson. Appreciate it. We do have a caller who's on the line. Caller, question or comment? Sorry.
I'll squeeze it in before he goes off, but it's not a problem because it is important to everybody. You see, I just one point about immigration, right? I know that Ralston has outlined in great detail. He's one of the candidates who has really gone into great detail to deal with this issue and talk about it in specifics. So I do not know whether the point I've made, though, whether he has covered it or not. But regardless, I think that it is important that statistics in Cayman are kept in terms of who are the Caymanians as of right, who are the Caymanians by status, and that all statistics should be written that way. Now, that is not to say that there should be dividing of people. After all, under the law, there's already a distinction. That's why I like very much the suggestion, I think it was made by Danny Warren when he called, when the other candidates were on. He said, why don't we have Caymanians and new Caymanians? I thought I liked that because both of them are Caymanian, and unlike now where it is said these are status holders or paper Caymanians, I thought that was very nice. But I think it's important that that be established as a policy on keeping statistics. But on top of that, I feel also there's an issue regarding the targets. Nobody is talking about the targets that government wants to meet in terms of not just the total population, but also the proportion of the population that should be Caymanians and new Caymanians. Because, I mean, if you can talk all you want about, well, let's do this and do that and so on. If you are not working towards certain targets, I'm not quite sure that's the right way to do it. A lot of people in Cayman now are not worried not just about the overall population, but also are worried about the proportion between the Caymanian and the new Caymanian. I think if the discussion can be framed around those terms and those targets, I think it will be more useful to people out there. And because I believe people out there want that distinction, the indigenous Caymanians or established Caymanians or the Caymanian, they want that distinction. But that doesn't mean that they want a discrimination between the two, but they just want that recognition. And I think the white paper at least recognizes that. So that has to be dealt with that way. That's my view. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, my dear. Really, really appreciate it. All right, folks. I don't know if you caught the meeting last night. We're not going to take any more calls because we got to try to wrap it up. We're already into a bit of overtime this morning. But I don't know if you guys caught the meeting last night with MP, former MP, she's seeking re-election, Sabrina Turner. But if you missed it, I'm going to invite you to go back and have a listen to it, because what I can tell you last night is Miss Sabrina brought some fire and some heat to the election campaigning. And, you know, I think really what transpired is she's sick and tired of, what's his name there, Michael Miles, lying on her. Now, you know, listen, I get it. When people choose to lie on you, that's not a nice thing. That's not good. And so she wanted to set the record straight. I'm aware that we're blurry, but I think it's just the internet today. That's Logic. So I don't know if I switch off of Logic, but you know, let me just try refreshing real quick and see what happens. And then I want to talk about this. Yes, there we go. So there might not be much that I can do today about it. If it's internet related, you know, what can I do? But anyway, I was going to say that, yes, Sabrina was on fire last night. She had a prepared speech, and honey child, she put that speech down and she just went ham on him with the cold hard truth. And she said, listen, Bobo, if I didn't send for you, don't come for me. If I didn't come for you, don't come for me. You know, she was trying to run a nice, clean campaign, but some people don't understand that, because then they're out there lying on you. And I am very, very disappointed in Michael Miles that he has taken on this approach, because quite frankly, it's not doing him any favors. If you have to lie, folks, on the campaign trail, I don't know what's going on with Logic today. I can't tell you what's happening. But if you have to take on this type of mentality when it comes to campaigning against your opponent, first of all, if you have to hyper focus on your opponent, maybe something's wrong. But at least hyper focus with the truth. Right? You're not really talking about solutions, Michael. You're sitting here trying to lambast Sabrina, talking about what she didn't do from what she did do. Well, let me just say this much. You can't even get your narrative straight. You know, let's be honest here. Within your party, you have Bud Johnson saying that you know, Prospect has done a great job with making some drain wells and other things that have helped with the flooding. And then you claiming, on the other hand, during the chamber debate, that she did not do anything about the flooding situation. Yeah, come on, you CINP people, at least try to be on the same page about how you're going to criticize people. Listen, I am woman, hear me roar. Because listen, Sabrina brought it last night. Still kept it above board. You know, there was one moment when she said, how he can take care of our children when he not even take care of his own. I was like, damn. Like Ralston said, you're dodging bullets, honey child. You're like, OMG. Well, the truth is the truth. So, Bobo, she didn't come for you until last night. Like she said, you too busy in Colorado skiing and whatever the hell you're doing to even show up for nomination day. So yeah, she has been there for the people. She's not even taken a vacation in the last 4 years, which I think she should. She's gonna need a vacation. But anyway, yeah, boy, you gotta go sit down. You coming for the wrong person. And last night, she lit your ass on fire, as she rightfully should have. Stop lying on people. You haven't done anything yourself. Now we're finding out that all this foolishness about, oh, you started the skate park and you've done this, you've done that. That's ridiculous. You haven't done those things. So you have no track record. And other people who are out here working in the community, doing stuff, trying to get stuff done, you're going to lie about them that they don't have a track record? Oh. Well, she did not take kindly to your lies. And so she addressed him and the misinformation that he's out there. By the way, I was shocked and surprised to hear that apparently this man is on Radio Cayman talking about, oh, the reason why Prospect is having all this criminality and increasing crime is because it's now middle class. Excuse me? Prospect has always been middle class. I don't know what the hell you're talking about. But the facts are crime is actually down in Prospect. So he didn't even get that right. Wow. Y'all want to run for public office, you got to come prepared. You got to know what's going on in your country. What was going on 4 years ago when you ran isn't what's necessarily happening now. What was going on 8 years ago might be outdated information. So bring your facts, Angry Bird, and make sure you bring your facts correct. Yeah? I don't blame Sabrina one bit for lighting you up the way she did last night. Gina said that sealed it for me. I know who I'm voting for. Yes, Gina, because I was so disappointed that this man is spewing all of this nonsense about her. Like I said, that says a lot about him. Where are his solutions? He don't have none. Right? And I hate to say this, but he's an angry little man. Oh my God. It's just unbelievable. Anyway, my hat's off to you, Sabrina. You certainly showed him that you're a woman that's not going to take his disrespect, because that's what happens when people lying on you, they're disrespecting you. You're going to not just take that sitting down and get up there trying to be prim and proper. She was ready to break a nail last night, but she didn't even break a sweat, because she just set him straight and kept it rolling. And I tell you what, there's one Jamaican lady there with her little her pan and spoon. I hadn't seen that in a while, and that pan looked like that been getting a beating for a long time, boy. She was hitting that hard. Well, that added a flair and excitement to the campaign trail, and I said, yep. I say to myself, you see what happened when y'all want to get out there and lie on people? People not going to sit down and take it, you know? I don't know what woman you're used to lying on that she can just take it, not respond to you. But Roar came out and says, Sabrina Turner MP for Prospect is cuter in the seat anyways. Oh, Lord have mercy. What a mess. But, you know, she brought that fire. And I tell you what, we have seen that fire in Sabrina before. Remember when when they were trying to do that vote of no confidence, and she stood up and gave an amazing, speech. She has it, you know. She don't always bring it, but she has it. A lot of people just like to stay calm, cool, and collected. So somebody was saying to me this morning, "What did you put in her drink?" I say, "Me, I can't take no credit for this. Sabrina got it." And so, Michael, I know you're getting your feelings because you know you're gonna lose, but my God, you have to be. I keep saying this as MPs. You guys have to be genuine. You have to be honest. You have to come from a place of, okay, these are the things like for real that I've accomplished. Right? You talk about your center. That's a business. You've done those things and you've gotten a paycheck for it. And like she said, she has sat around many a table and supported your training institution where government have given you all sorts of contracts. And so don't you forget that, because when you don't get in again, right? And Sabrina's sitting around the table again, and they say, well, let's give this man another training contract. She might say, well, all these complaints that we've been getting about how he's bullying his students, and they're not really learning much of anything, and they don't like how he conducts his business. Maybe we should find somebody else to offer these courses. I'm just saying. Good morning, caller.
Sandra, I know that Roland's gone, and we were talking about the various various things. We're talking about all these people that are here, sharing rooms and so forth. A lot of illegal stuff are going on.
Well, I'm actually not talking about that anymore. We've long moved on from that.
Okay.
Yeah, but I'm talking about Sabrina's performance last night. So if we're not talking about that, I'm going to invite you to call back another day when we are talking about that other issue.
No problem.
Okay,
no
thank
problem.
you, honey. I appreciate it. All right, yes. I know sometimes you guys aren't listening in real time, but we moved on from that. I'm talking about Sabrina Turner bringing the heat last night and turning up. That was like a gas stove. And you know when you turn up the flames, you're on low, and you got to turn it all the way up to high, like boom. And he wasn't ready for that. You guys were in the comment section like, Sandy, we want to hear more of what she has to say. Tell those people to stay off the horns. The horns were drowning out her message. But go back and watch it because she really, no punches. Over 8.3 thousand views already. I'm going to share the link here in case you missed it. Go and watch it, honey child. It was quite something to see. As a matter of fact, I'm going to rewatch it because I might have missed something last night. I mean, I was sitting right in the front, live streaming it and paying attention, but I might have missed something. So, honey child, I'm going back and I'm going to be number 8.4 thousand. I'll be the next person to watch it. Yes, sir. What a thing. Anyway, I don't know. Less than 2 weeks left now. So bring it in. Now, Auntie, there were people who were watching last night that said to me, please go tell Auntie to speak to Sabrina to see how he can also bring it like that because he needs to turn up the heat in Georgetown Central as well. So, Auntie, I'm just passing the message along to let you know that the request has been made that you turn up the heat at your next meeting. And if you're planning on turning it up, please tell me so I can be there because I want to be front row and center. Yes, I'm going to be student number one, sitting there taking notes and listening and paying attention. That's all I'm going to say. Honey chill. Anyway, I'm going to play a little interview for you guys. We got the sus here. Somebody says, yes, facts about the horns. So annoying and distracting. That is my fault. I'm going to have to take the blame for that because I did buy some horns and just like gave them out to people. So we'll ask them to be more conscientious about when they're blaring the horns. Yikes. I have to take blame where put the blame on me. I think that is totally my fault. In the meanwhile, anybody needs a horn? I gotta have one in the studio here shortly. But anyway, yes. So listen, lots of Easter events coming up. I want to wish everyone a happy Easter weekend. Please, please, please be safe out there as you traverse on the roadways, especially over the long holiday weekend. Also, be conscious of other people. There are campers who are obviously out and about. This is a time now where a lot of people are in the water, a lot of people are boating. So, try to just be careful out there with, everything that you're doing because we don't want anybody to get injured. We'd like for everybody to be safe and just to have a good time on the roadways. So take your time. We're not going to take any more calls for now, but do take your time and, enjoy your camping. I'm going to see if I can get to some of the camping sites because I'm like a daytime camper. I love to come around and just sit down and enjoy myself at the campsite with the rest of you. Yes, that's right, Anthony. Anthony, I might have to hire you, production assistant. He says, any holiday interviews with Sandy live from the campsite? Yes, I'm going to be doing a lot of interviewing because I'm building up content for CMR TV. Coming soon to a channel near you. We've already spoken to Flo. We've already spoken to C3. We just got to speak to Logic. We're going to get the website up and running. Things are happening in the background. So we're coming. So yes, I love this kind of stuff. I love going to campsites anyway. So we're going to be getting all of those things ready there, Anthony, so that we always have lots of content to be pumping out. So I sat down yesterday. Okay, so I sat down yesterday with an interview. I'm just going to fast forward it just a little tad here because my guy didn't have an opportunity to edit it for me yet. But I sat down with the now the former president of UCCI, Mr. Dr. Robert Robertson. Now, remember, folks, CMR brought this story as an exclusive story to you yesterday, and this is his last interview that he did in the Cayman Islands. So I want you guys to sit back and listen to what he had to share. UCCI has a lot of potential. They've done a lot in a couple years, and they certainly have a lot of potential to do more. But he now has stepped down as president. And so please, folks, listen to this. Perla, thank you for that reminder. So please, campers, keep our islands clean. Take trash bags with you. Pick up your trash. Leave the locations not just as good as you found them, but even better. If you went there and found trash, pick it up, bin it up, and then people go around. Remember, the DART organization, a lot of these campsites that you're on is actually their private property. And like they have done in previous years, they go around and they put up the porta potty for you guys to use. They bring in the large garbage bins for you to put your garbage in, and they try to make it easier for their properties. I'm sure they're going to be doing the exact same thing this year as well. So sit back and enjoy this interview with Dr. Robert Robertson from UCCI, and please have yourselves a very safe and wonderful weekend. So thank you guys so much for joining us for another segment here. We're here with University President Dr. Robert Robertson, University College of the Cayman Islands. We've had an opportunity over the last couple of years to interview him on a number of different occasions. And I must say this time, I'm interviewing you to offer you some congratulations and a couple amazing accomplishments. So the first one is you've been named a fellow of the City and Guilds of London Institute, that's FCGI, which is one of the UK's highest honors in education. So tell us a little bit about how this came about.
It's taken a while, and it's a bit of a surprise in some respects, because in the last 140 years, there's about 750 fellows globally in the last 140 years. So it's a nomination process. You can't apply for it. So I was nominated anonymously. Then about a year ago, they started asking me questions to fill out a portfolio for them. It goes through various committees of review, and then they approved it about a week or 10 days ago. So it's very interesting.
Well,
it's
congratulations.
Three in the Caribbean only.
There's only ever been 3 in all that time. Well, congratulations. I'm sure this is a real feather in the cap for the university and the Cayman Islands, because I'm assuming this would be the first one for the Cayman Islands.
Yes.
So such a rare accolade. How did it make you feel even to just be nominated for this?
I was quite surprised, because I know how prestigious it is, and it's actually authorized through Imperial College London. So the actual award ceremony, which will be held in September at the Lord Mayor's House in London, is run by Imperial College. So because of that connection and the work I've done at the University of London, I knew how esteemed it was, how few people got into it, basically.
Yes.
And I just didn't think I had a chance, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
So that was kind of a surprise when that happened. But I'm really pleased, obviously, about it. I'm just, happy that it went through. And, I recognize that a lot of people have helped me to get to this place as well. So that's really important.
Yeah, fantastic. And for listeners who may not know, City and Guilds was founded in 1878. And it was granted a royal charter in 1900, and as he said, has a 140-year plus history of championing skills in training, technical education, and economic empowerment. So this fellowship, again, is the highest recognition awarded by City and Guilds. It's reserved for individuals who really demonstrated a sustained transformative impact on workforce development and education. So, I mean, where do you go from here in terms of, I mean, it's such an amazing...
Well, it's interesting, because my research interests are about future of work and skills and things like that. And I mean, I didn't really know the history of City and Guilds to the extent I do now, but they started basically because of a skills gap in the UK in the Industrial Revolution. And people talk about the problem of Cayman having a skills gap as if it's like brand new.
Right.
This was 140 years ago, and they were already looking at it. So the government, the city, worked with the guilds, the unions, to put together specific industry recognized training programs to bridge that skills gap. And that's precisely what we're trying to do here. And we still have some work to do, but it's we're on the right path, I think.
Yeah. And so it's amazing that someone, an anonymous person, actually recognized your efforts in this regard and actually nominated you. And they really say that it was because of your exemplary contributions to the University College of the Cayman Islands, including workforce readiness initiatives, which I know you guys have been working extremely hard trying to get that as part of your curriculum, curriculum innovation, and institutional transformation. So tell us a little bit about what UCCI has been doing in relation to workforce readiness specifically.
Right. So some of the recognition was related to the work I did in the Bahamas as well. So there's you have to have a 10-year history basically of doing this kind of work. You can't just do it one-off. It's got to show sustained results.
Yes.
But at UCCI, we've done a survey of employers and got some really good data about the skills gap. And by the way, Work does a really good job here in the Cayman Islands about getting that data. But we need to translate that into action. Like, what does that mean in terms of courses? Because there's still obviously many Caymanians who just can't find work for one reason or the other. So, I mean, in terms of what that means to us, we're looking at shorter courses, basically, that you can stack. Because you know yourself, a young person doesn't usually think September to December, January to April. And that's the way schools think.
Right.
So if we can get short courses that are industry certified, that they can take a few, get a job, then come back and get some more, that's the way to go. And we're doing that through this NCCER, the National Center for Construction Education and Research. And interestingly, I talked to some people who tell me, well, it's just because we're in a big construction boom, that's the only reason we need construction workers. And you know that things get older and they need to be repaired.
Of course.
So it's not just new construction, it's repair. And there are a lot of new things going up now, but they're going to age, they're going to need some work. So there's an ongoing employment opportunity there. We just have to get younger people in to see that, show them what the value of that trade is, electrician, plumber, HVAC, those types of things. And then they're off to the races. They've got a meal ticket going forward. So it's like you earn a degree or earn a recognition, and then you've learned a skill. So one of the things here we'd like to try to do is to continue to expand the dual enrollment program, because some kids in high school are already moving away from academics. They want to move more to a trade.
Right.
We have to give them that pathway, make sure they understand it, they see the value in it, and they have the option to do it. And we still need to do some work around that here, because our labs aren't quite up to where they should be. So NCCER has 5 steps. We can basically do step 1 and 2. Step 3, we need better facilities. And so we're working with the government to get that done. And step 4 obviously is better facilities as well. And then step 5 is basically an apprenticeship. You actually work with the company and then you get the full certificate. But you can get incremental models and they're very powerful. So in the trades, that's one way we're moving. So trying to do that with some other things as well, like office administration, for example.
Right.
It's a kind of an entry-level position. You don't need like a full-blown degree for it, but you need to know a little bit about digital literacy, data management, those types of things. And if we can get those as steps towards a career, not just a job, because a lot of people get a job and they're disappointed. They don't like it. It's not what they want. And we really want to give them something that they can feel passionate about, frankly.
That's amazing, because we're obviously in the middle of an election cycle, and I hear a lot of people talking about the necessity for a trade school and TVET, and I often think to myself, I wonder if they haven't been listening to some of the things that are already available on island that people can avail themselves of. You don't necessarily need to find $100 million to build a trade-specific school if you have the resources at the University College of the Cayman Islands and you're offering those courses. People need to, first of all, have the knowledge and awareness that they're here, and then take advantage of it.
Yeah, for sure. So I look at it as a series of the marketing P's. Product is really important. We have to fix the product. Our product basically is like too academic, essentially. It needs to be more workforce ready. The price point here is not bad. I mean, some countries have gone free. I don't really advocate that myself. I think you should have some skin in the game, but that's a political choice. The place, we always force people to come physically here. We should have maybe little centers or a little bit of online blended, because that's the way of the future. Particularly if you look at what we try to do in the BRAC, and it has to be good quality online as well. I was just in the BRAC recently, and the complaint was, when you put courses online, you don't do a good job with it. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, I've heard that. So we've been spending time and energy to get our faculty trained on something called Quality Matters.
Yes.
It's a certification program that enforces a better quality of teaching and putting stuff online that's valuable. I mean, you're a great example with your media being an online piece, and that's the way people pick up information and learn these days. So it's really important that we figure out that. And then promotion is also important on those 4 P's. So we try to do that. We use social media. We use all kinds of different means, but it really requires a pathway that we can get to the parents and the students. But most of what is required is here. It's a matter of moving those pieces around so you get a picture. And then I think we're in good shape. And we are making headway. Growth in those programs is about 10%. Growth in our other programs is 0.
Yes.
So and that's pretty common around the world. So that tells you something right there.
Absolutely. And then you're also doing some of your sort of weekend courses. Right. There's like QuickBooks and a few other things. If someone just wants to pick up, a little bit of knowledge and they have a couple days, you've also got those options available as well.
Yeah, those are important. AI, for example, we're going to launch a couple of AI courses because everybody's talking and using AI, and it has a potential impact of about 70% of all jobs will be impacted by it. So we've had instructors take courses in AI. We've got students take it as part of their first course. And, there's some pushback on that because it's like extra work, but it's paying off. I think it's going to really help them to get into the workforce and stick.
Fantastic. Well, if we were here to just talk about that, I mean, that would be fantastic. And this, again, is something that is boosting Cayman's national pride when it comes to the global relevance of Cayman's education strategy. But there's more. You have another recognition, a University of London reappointment. So tell us a little bit about this one, because this is a senior research fellow at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies at the University of London. So you're being reappointed to that. So Dr. Robertson, that means at some point you had that appointment before.
2022. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's based on the research that I've done, mostly in workforce courses and, the workforce of the future. So I basically have done research and writing. So I just had an article published in a journal from the University of London on observations on higher education in the Caribbean. So that was one of the reasons they reappointed me. It's an interesting group of people around the world, Commonwealth countries, obviously. There's only a few. I think there's maybe 15 senior fellows in the institute. But it's a nice way for me to network with people and find out what's happening somewhere else. So it's really pleasing, man. They don't usually reappoint you either, by the way. So this was quite a surprise as well.
Wow, fantastic. So let's talk just a little bit about your research in the paper addressing the skills gap, which you've just discussed, digital transformation. Of course, you talk about AI being so pivotal to that, and the need for evidence-based leadership in higher education.
So I don't really see a lot of that in the region, frankly. And it becomes a political issue. Too many people jump in and try to do something. They don't look at the knock-on effects or if it's sustainable or those types of things. It's really important to have a strategy that kind of links the various stakeholders and people together. And it's focused on the outcome that we all want, which is to improve the lives of the citizens of the country, whether it be the Bahamas or the Cayman Islands. And so you really need to think about those things. And my experience tells me that that kind of comes and goes, not just in the Caribbean, but also in the US and Canada and stuff. So money is an object now. We don't have a lot of it. So let's make sure we spend it wisely and we get the biggest bang for the buck, basically. And so that's kind of what the article is about. It talks about some of the experiences elsewhere. After Dorian in the Bahamas, we tried some new things. We started a program on Grand Bahama, for example, where the water level was so high across the whole island that the water table was salinated. There was salt in the water table. So you couldn't grow things like tomatoes, vegetables, which they counted on because everything else comes in by boat otherwise. So we actually started doing hydroponic growth and sustainable ways to do that. And it was the hurricane that got people to think about how important that was. It's a shame that happened, but we've been working on that up until that point. Similarly, we had also been working on small solar, but we had small solar and wind generated opportunities for energy because it was such a bad hurricane.
Right.
So all of a sudden people picked up on those and said, okay, well, now we see.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of evidence that we need to think about, because we're all subject to types of weather events.
Absolutely, absolutely. Wow. So tell us a little bit. I know that the Institute of Commonwealth Studies was established in 1949, and it's considered the UK's only postgraduate institute focused exclusively on the Commonwealth. So this appointment will be for what period of time?
Another 2 years,
Another 2
basically,
years.
the end of 2026 or early 2027. They're still working on that part of it, but it's not a paid appointment, but it's a very interesting appointment because it's very prestigious. The universities around the world that are in it.
Absolutely.
And it's connected to the University of London, obviously. So there's probably every quarter there's a fairly large kind of meeting and presentation of different things. I presented to them on a number of occasions the work we're doing here in the Cayman Islands. And that has some value as well. I mean, it's not just for me. So when I presented some of those, it shows that, you know, we're here. We have some needs for maybe some faculty assistance. So we now have 4 or 5 faculty members who have applied for a King's Commonwealth Fellowship program, in part because of the presentations that I've made. So I've held up the
They were apparently stabbed during a struggle with the hijacker. Just trying to confirm the reports that we have received. But so far, like I said, that is what we have been told, that the aircraft is about to run out of fuel, and the Belize Coast Guard have deployed a team in the event that there is a possible water landing. But what we can notice from the tracker that we're using online is that the aircraft has once again begun to increase its altitude. It's now back at 750 feet in the air. And right now we can see that the Belize Police Department, several officers from various units, as well as representatives from what may be the company or the Department of Civil Aviation, they're quite a distance away, are on the tarmac here at the Belize City Municipal Airport, and they may be deliberating at this time to see what may be their best possible strategy. But we know that this may be just one of the points that the police are mobilizing. Earlier we saw some officers took off from here, so we do understand that they're also standing by at the international airport as well. From what we understand, the hijacker is a local, and like I said, the aircraft took off from Corozal this morning en route to San Pedro town. When somewhere along its journey, it was hijacked by a man who was armed with a knife. So the aircraft has once again reached normal, from what I understand is normal flight altitude. It's back at 1,325 feet. So some minutes ago, it did seem. So we have also received some information. This is breaking news that we received also some information from inside the aircraft. We understand that the passengers are now being asked to take off their seatbelts and are now all at the back of the plane. The hijacker has demanded, that they take off their seatbelts and go to the back of the plane. Like we stated earlier, the person had threatened to continue to have the plane run till it runs out of fuel. And we had received some information that the aircraft is nearing its limit in terms of fuel. And the Belize Coast Guard has dispatched a unit in case that there is a water landing. Like I said, we can only imagine the fright that the persons on board this aircraft are feeling. They said this is a very unprecedented incident. And we don't know what exactly led to this very unfortunate incident. We can see that the aircraft is once again making its way toward Belize City. My apologies, it's making its way towards the Philip Wilson International Airport, and it's once again descending. We don't know if it may be landing, but we can see that it's descending. Okay, we can see that it's somewhere around 700 feet. It's all the way now to 675 feet. So it seems that the aircraft may be descending. Like I said, we've seen this several times over the past several of minutes, whereby the aircraft reaches very low and it then picks back up. Like I said, we don't know what exactly may be transpiring in the aircraft, but we did receive some information earlier that when it was descending, there was a struggle. But unfortunately, they were not able to overpower the hijacker, who, like we said, has already injured 2 persons on board the aircraft. So we have received information now that the aircraft is landing. Okay, so we have received some reports, some unconfirmed reports, that the hijacker is a U.S. national. This is the information that we're receiving, and like I said, this is unconfirmed reports. We're receiving some information that the hijacker is a U.S. national, and the aircraft is descending. It's now descending just outside of Ladyville Village. It's all the way around 200 feet. We don't know if it's landing at the international airport, but that seems to be the case at this moment. We can see that the aircraft is landing. So it does seem that the aircraft is going to make a landing at the Philip Wilson International Airport, where we understand officers are on standby, as well as paramedics, to treat the injured persons on board and apprehend the hijacker. So we can confirm that the aircraft is about to land at the Philip Wilson International Airport, and it's just touching down at this moment. And from what we understand, police officers are there and they are mobilizing at this point to apprehend the hijacker. So we have received some information that the hijacker was a U.S. national. That is the information that we're receiving at this time, that the hijacker is a U.S. national. Like I said, the plane just landed some seconds ago. It literally just touched down at the Philip Goulson International Airport, where police officers are mobilizing at this point, and paramedics as well, to treat the injured persons on board the aircraft and apprehend the hijacker. Our new Love News will have a comprehensive story on this very unprecedented and scary situation that transpired this morning. Like I said, just a quick recap for folks that may have just joined us. This morning, a passenger plane from Tropic Air took off from Corozal, the airstrip in Corozal, and it was hijacked by an apparent U.S. national sometime after takeoff, while it was en route to San Pedro town. And after several minutes, the aircraft has now landed at the Philip Goulson International Airport, where police officers are mobilizing to apprehend the hijacker and treat the injured persons on board. We have a team at the Philip Goulson International Airport, so we will be joining them. My name is Vijay Alvarez. I just want to say thanks for choosing love, and you can tune in to hear from other team at the Philip Goulson International Airport.
Flag and said, you know, we have some faculty members here. They're interested in getting some funding to do a PhD. You have the funding pool there. Let's link those two things together. So I've helped, I think, 4 faculty members now produce a submission, and hopefully they'll hear in the next few months that they're accepted.
Wow, that's fantastic opportunities for both the university, but then, as you say, your individual faculty members also benefiting from that.
So the networking part is really critical. I mean, you know yourself, if you can point to somebody, well, our president is a fellow, he signed this form saying he's accepting me and recommending me. I mean, it has some value. Yeah, absolutely. So let me also congratulate you on other accomplishments. You were principal fellow of the Higher Education Academy, that's there in the UK, and international scholar for Global Affairs Canada. You've done a lot since you've been here. When did you come? Remind me of... 2022, so it's almost 3 years that I've been here. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now, having said all of that, we have to get to the what will be a bit of a shocker. Yeah. I know for a lot of our listeners, this is a CMR exclusive here. Yeah. But you're actually leaving. You're stepping down. I am. Yeah. Yes. When I came, I said I would be here for 3 years. Yes. And it's not disrespectful to the Cayman Islands or to the university, but I mean, I have a family. Yeah. So, and my wife is in Tampa where she teaches. It'd be hard for her to just relocate. She's been here frequently. She loves it and everything, but it's time to move on. So I said I would stay for 3 years. And you've done that. So I just thought it was time to make that move. All right. In fact, tomorrow I'm heading to Canada to see my grandchildren. So Aw, that's so good. I'm excited about that. Yes, and you've done a lot during your tenure here. Academic program expansion, formed a new government and international partnership. There's been lots of conferences that have been held. I mean, I know that you've reached out to even universities and institutions in the U.S., in Canada, globally, in order to offer opportunities to the students here at UCCI, so that some partnerships, some memorandum of understandings and so forth have been put in place. So I think in 3 years, you accomplished a lot. I think so, and it's interesting to hear back from some students. We had a student about a year ago who was in the dual enrollment program, and he came to me about a year ago and said to me, I got a problem I'd like to ask you about if you don't mind. I'm like, oh boy, what's this about? And he said to me, I have offers from Cambridge, Oxford, and the London School of Economics. Wow. That's a good problem to have. So his question was, what should I do? I'm like, wow, I don't know. That's a really good one. So it depends. And we had a nice discussion about it. But he's in the UK now, and he's studying, and he's having a ball. So when you hear some stories like that, or you find someone who's got a job and they come back and explain to you that it was partly based on what they learned here and the connections they made here, it really makes it all worthwhile. Yeah. Fantastic. Do you know what you will do now? Will you take a little break, you think, between I think my wife has said I'm taking a break. We're heading to Europe for a while. We haven't had a real vacation ourselves.
Yeah.
So I'll go to Canada to visit my grandkids, and then we're heading off to Europe for about 3 or 4 week kind of extended vacation.
Yes. So when do you officially step down?
4 o'clock.
Today?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh my goodness. Wow.
Yeah.
So congratulations.
Thank you.
I know the Resembid, you successfully led the Resembid program, which we did quite a bit of coverage on. Climate Change and Resiliency Grant.
Yeah.
That was amazing for us to be on the forefront of getting that here in the Cayman Islands. Establishing UCCI as a regional, and I would say not just regional, international sustainability leader.
I think so. Yeah. The Resembid grant was actually quite interesting because we
during that ordeal. Not sure of the extent of their injuries. We know that ambulances were on standby to receive the passengers who were injured as soon as that plane landed, which landed at the Philip Golson International Airport with only something about 5 minutes of fuel left in its tank. So it landed safely at the Philip Golson International Airport. We're just waiting to see what's the aftermath after the plane landed at the Philip Golson International Airport. Ben is on that scene. We're just waiting for the footage and the coverage of that report that we can continue to let you know what happened now that the plane has landed at the Philip Golson International Airport. So 13 passengers on board, including a baby and the pilot on board that Tropic Air Cessna Caravan that was hijacked as it left the Corozal airstrip. And we have our news director, Renee Trujillo. You can get we have a news director, Renee Trujillo, with us in studio, and she's going to give us more details of what's happening with this report here involving a Tropic Air Cessna Caravan that was hijacked early this morning as it left the Corozal airstrip. So we have our news director, Renee Trujillo, here in studio this morning. Renee, take a deep breath, I know. Good morning, Renee.
Oh, morning, Karen. Good morning, Belize. Quite an unprecedented Holy Thursday that's happening here. So as you all were reporting, and Vijay being at the municipal airstrip, we already know that the flight left from Corozal en route to San Pedro. What I did find out was that apparently these planes are not fueled with a full tank.
Okay.
So they're given sufficient fuel to provide for like a round trip. So with this flight coming from Corozal to San Pedro, it had only sufficient fuel to get him or to get the flight back to Corozal,
okay,
or to land to San Pedro. So it's not a full tank of gas or fuel that the plane was operating on. Which is why we understand the hijacker was making demands to the air traffic control tower to refuel. Now, we understand that San Pedro doesn't have the fuel to refuel, so it would have been either two places. It would have been either the PGIA or the municipal airstrip, which is why the flight was circling over and over. We had videos coming in from St. George's Key of the flight going around in circles. We had reports of it going over in the area of Ranchita, basically circling and with demands to the air traffic control tower for additional fuel. As you rightly said, the hijacker has been identified as a U.S. national. I've gotten a copy of the passenger manifest.
Okay.
And so it is accurate what Vijay reported of 13 adults and 1 child on board the flight. We know that 2 persons are injured, one of them being a senior employee of Tropic Air. As Vijay rightly noted as well, we're not sure the extent of the injuries, but we know that 2 of them were injured. Also, it's unconfirmed that it actually happened with a firearm. I understand that he's armed with a knife, but we haven't been able to confirm whether a firearm indeed was one of the weapons used in this incident. We know that the BDF defender has activated. They were pursuing the flight through all the circling. In the event that a crash landing happened, then the BDF would have been there quick to respond on some level. And we know that the Coast Guard as well had been manning the maritime area in terms of the area where the flight was circling. So it's pretty much all hands on deck. It's quite a scary experience. I know that 4 of those passengers on board are from Corozal. Several of them are tourists, and we understand that the hijacker had expressed interest or intent of wanting to get to the U.S. Now, clearly, what happened is that this person, one, I've confirmed that he's operating alone. He's operating solo. 2, that he obviously did not think this entire plan through, because you would have known that the flights are only fueled sufficiently to get to their immediate destination. And so obviously it's not something that he thought through thoroughly. It's Easter weekend. Several of these people were going to vacation for the weekend in San Pedro. You had a DJ on board who was preparing to perform this weekend as well on the island. And let me see what else. And so we understand as well that we have a team, Ben, at the PGIA. We're ready to join him. All right, let's join him.
We're live from the Philip Golson International Airport, where moments ago a Tropic Air flight that was hijacked landed at the airport. As you can see beyond us, there are police, rescue personnel, and an ambulance who are standing by to treat the injured passengers on board and apprehend the hijacker. Now, we understand that the flight left Corozal town sometime this morning, and the American national hijacked the plane, holding the pilot at knife point. He also said that he had a firearm with him. We're made to understand that there were 13 passengers on the plane, including 1 infant, and the plane had been circling around for a great while this morning before landing here because it was running out of fuel. We're made to understand that passengers were injured in the ordeal as the hijacker took over the plane, and now you can see police officers moving in and out of the scene. Right now, the media is being kept from going onto the tarmac, so we're coming to you from a construction site just outside of the airport. And what we're seeing right now is just everything, everybody's bustling. There's a lot of activity on the tarmac there as security forces. And as you can see, the ambulance is now driving off from the scene to transport the injured passengers, while police and aviation authorities remain at the aircraft. The aircraft belongs to Tropic Air and was one of the early flights out of Corozal this morning. Now, we've been made to understand that the alleged hijacker is a Jamir Alim, if I'm pronouncing that correct, as one of his aliases. Okay, the name that we have here is Akenyela Taylor. The alleged hijacker is an Akenyela Taylor. Here you see police with their sirens blaring, leaving the scene. That might be the mobile holding the alleged hijacker. We're still trying to confirm that. Back on the tarmac here, we can see that there's a fire truck and another aviation assistance truck on the scene, as they try and decompress this situation now. From what we're made to understand, the hijacker had reached out to the U.S. Embassy earlier this morning demanding to speak to the media, but we have not gotten any information as to what it is he wanted. So as it stands, it seems that the situation is brought under control here. The aircraft has landed and the suspect is in custody. We will be bringing you more reports as the information becomes available. I'm signing off here from the Philip Golson International Highway. Benjamin Flowers for Love News.
Benjamin Flowers reporting there from the Philip Golson International Airport, showing us the footage of the plane, the hijacked plane landed at the Tropic Air Cessna Caravan that was hijacked as it took off from the Corozal airstrip, landed safely at the Philip Golson International Airport. We have in studio still with us our news director, Renee Trujillo. And Renee, you as well have been following between Vijay and Ben what happened this morning. Our broadcast on this report on this began sometime about around 25 minutes before 10 o'clock this morning. So it's 50 minutes almost into when we first started this report on that hijacked plane that took off from the Corozal Municipal Airstrip. Renee?
Yes, Karen. Sorry, I
know
I've
you're
been bombarded
with
messages,
messages, yes.
messages and information here. So we've seen the plane landed. We saw that visual on the television screen on Facebook in case you're following us on either platforms. We see that the police and authorities are running to the plane. Medics are running to the plane. We understand several passengers are already, as quick as that, being attended to by medical personnel on the scene at the airport. We understand there was a struggle inside the plane just before the landing, which allowed actually the pilot to safely land the aircraft at the PGIA. There was a struggle, I understand. And if my source is accurate, there was a shot fired inside the plane. So clearly there was the presence of a firearm on the aircraft. Minor injuries to several passengers, which, like I said, are being attended to at this time. I'm not sure if anybody was injured by that shot that was fired. We know that as soon before the aircraft could have even, safely land on ground, a passenger opened the back door and people just started coming out. We're going to get a lot more information as the day progresses, because that's when you're going to hear the information unfold. We did get several video footage from inside the aircraft. That's how we were able to see that one of the managers of Tropic Air was injured in that aircraft. Apparently he lives in Corozal, but he works in San Pedro. So he was on his way to work this morning when that entire ordeal happened. And so we've gotten a photo that we showed on the television screen as well of the hijacker. As we have been reporting, there it is on the screen if you're following us on Love Television. There it is on the screen, American national. We understand that he had been demanding to speak with the media through some connection with the U.S. Embassy. Like I said, all of this was information and communication channeled through the air traffic control tower. We understand, like we said, he was making demands for fuel. There were only two places he could have gotten fuel, either at the PGIA or at the municipal airstrip. 14 passengers were on plane, including a 2-year-old child, were on the plane. All right. Take it over for a bit, Karen. There's something I need to do quite urgent with this incident.
That's right. And thank you very much, Renee. Of course, as you mentioned, we'll continue our coverage to receive more details of what happened or what transpired now that the plane has landed at the Philip Golson International Airport. That's a Tropic Air Cessna Caravan that was hijacked this morning as it left the Corozal municipal airstrip with 14 passengers aboard, and we know that the plane landed safely at the Philip Golson International Airport with passengers disembarking the plane, and we have the personnel, of course, the police personnel, the officials, as well as the ambulances were there as the plane landed to get those who were injured to their medical facilities to be assessed and see how critical the injuries they received during that ordeal. We understand that 2 persons were injured, and we're not sure at the extent of their injuries, but of course I'm glad to say that the plane safely landed at the Philip Golson International Airport. Now it's just to have the information and investigation now that the plane has landed safely at the Philip Golson International Airport. A report started a little bit before 10 o'clock, about 20 minutes before 10. So that's to tell you how long this has been going. So it's over an hour since we first got our information and went on air, Renee.
Yes, that's right. And I've gotten unconfirmed, and it's very important for me to say unconfirmed at this point, that the hijacker was shot. We are sending a team out to verify that right now. But like I said, it's unconfirmed, but my source has been very accurate, reliable for most of the morning. Yeah. We understand that all right. And another confirmation here, again, like we have already reported, he wanted to get to the U.S., and this was the part where I was getting at. So several officials are figuring, one, he was either completely distressed, perhaps snapped, didn't think this through, or probably going through a crisis or have some sort of mental condition. And it so happens, Karen, that this situation occurred at the time when the civil aviation was looking to secure, to install security measures at all of these locations, all the municipal and the PGIA, primarily the municipals, because the PJ is good with their detectors and what have you, and security policies and measures. But at the municipals, it's a whole different level of security. If you travel domestic, you'll understand that you can get there 5 minutes before your flight and just get on a flight, and there's not necessarily a scanning of sort or some sort of security policy in place that checks you for firearms or whatever the case may be. And so this incident happened at a time when civil aviation was looking to put all of that in place. They were waiting on some equipment to arrive in the country, like the metal detectors and what have you. And so they were waiting on all of that to launch a full security strategy at all of these municipal airstrips. So unfortunately, this happened. And so people are probably going to think that the government is being reactive because of this. But it's something that was already in the pipeline. Right. And so Karen, give me another minute.
Your information keeps coming in, huh? Okay, we'll be hearing from Renee in just a few again, and of course we'll continue to give you coverage as the information comes in. We'll if they're on official, we'll let you know it's unconfirmed, and when we get those information officially confirmed, we'll also let you know. We continue covering this coverage of the Tropic Air Cessna caravan that was hijacked as it left the Corozal Municipal Airstrip. So, Renee, I think you got some more information for us.
Yes, I can't. I'm verifying that right now, actually. Some things are coming in, so I have to verify some information.
Before you say anything.
Yeah. And so that's what I do when I get up. I'm coordinating with Manuela.
She just runs outside.
But yeah, so that's pretty much the gist of it. I've been getting text messages from people, from relatives of persons who were on the flight. I'm getting videos, I'm getting more information. And like I said, as the hours progress, this is exactly what's going to happen. We're probably going to be able to talk to the police commissioner. This is a very high level matter. Perhaps even the minister would perhaps hold some sort of briefing. We would hope.
This is something that
it's unprecedented, never happened before. And I think this is all right. So we understand the commissioner is at the airport. 1 minute, Karen.
She's gone again. But that's the nature of getting breaking information on a breaking story like this. And of course, we started with Vijay there at the municipal airstrip in Belize City. That's the information that we got. A Tropic Air Cessna Caravan that was hijacked with 14 passengers on board, 13 passengers, a toddler, and of course the pilot. And it landed safely a few minutes ago at the Philip Golson International Airport. So our news director is just confirming the information that she's receiving, and her messages and information is coming in one after the other. So she just needs to confirm that before she lets us know what's happening. So,
all right. So Karen, we're going to be joining Benjamin right now in a few minutes, not immediately.
Okay.
Getting him set up. He is going to go live with the police commissioner.
Oh, he's at the
PGIA. And so we'll be able to get some clarity in terms of what's happening there, no?
Okay.
Let me see here.
But I know, as you said, you were receiving information from relatives of some of the passengers who were aboard the Tropic Air Cessna Caravan. So, like you mentioned, this is a time when information would be coming in, but of course, we have to confirm those information before we pass it on to you guys. It's a very sensitive situation that we need to be accurate with the information that we pass on to you. But we do know that the Tropic Air Cessna Caravan landed safely a few minutes ago at the Philip Golson International Airport, where the ambulances and the police and officials were waiting for the passengers and those who were injured to be taken to the medical facilities to be evaluated as to the extent of their injuries. And of course, I know other passengers will be evaluated. This is a traumatic situation for all aboard, as well as for family members of those passengers aboard. Renee?
Now, interestingly, Karen, the guy who is a suspected hijacker on this flight is actually an author. He wrote a book about how he found salvation and how he basically traversed through challenging times in his life and what have you. And on the back of the book, it says, the author's story is one of hope and redemption. It is a reminder that even in the darkest of times, there is always light. It is a message of love and compassion, and it is a call to action for others to find their own salvation. So apparently, this is the story of Akiniela. Yeah, Akiniela, the very same photo that we showed you of the American national, suspected to be the mastermind behind this entire ordeal. And his book is actually called Journey Through the Mire. And it's called Journey Through the Mire, The Calling. And it's about how he found salvation. So quite ironic.
The question is what triggered.
So, like we said, some authorities are suspecting that something snapped. Something must have happened. Clearly, it was not a plan that was thought through thoroughly, and so that is something to look into. We know that the U.S. Embassy is now involved, or has been involved actually from the get-go. BDF, Coast Guard, all hands are on deck at this time. Medical personnel, all of that is happening. Like I said, it's unconfirmed that the hijacker was shot. We have a team verifying that right now, which we'll be hearing from in a few minutes. As well, we have Ben at the airport. Vijay is also on his way to the airport, but Ben is already there lining up his interview with the police commissioner, who can definitely give us some clarity in terms of how this entire thing began unfolding. Going back to what I was saying in terms of the fuel, if it was a well-thought plan, you'd have understood that fuel is only given to plane based on their destination, right, on the amount of miles that they're planning to go. And so we had that, and we were talking about the security measures at these municipal airstrips, which were basically going to be implemented sooner rather than later. It just so happened that this situation occurred before that could have happened. We understand there's a bomb threat. I'm segueing here. There's a bomb threat at Atlantic Bank right now as we speak. I'm hoping that that's just one of those empty threats that we see all the time. But we understand there is a bomb threat at Atlantic Bank right now.
Which one? The one on Freetown?
Let me see. So many messages. Let me see what this one is saying here. It did not.
It just said Atlantic Bank.
It just said Atlantic Bank. Let me just verify which location. Yeah, so there's a bomb threat there as well. So Easter is upon us, and
it's Lent. People are busy.
This is what happens.
But I understand as well, Vijay said that the municipal airstrip was closed, airport was closed during the duration of what was happening. So, and we saw that a lot of passengers were told that their flights have been canceled due to what was happening at the time. So we would like to maybe someone could verify with us if it's the municipal airport is still closed, or has it reopened now that the flight landed at
I've gotten a video here with some of the passengers being ferried to medical associates. Let me just, everything has to be verified.
Yes.
All right, we're having some problems. Reporters are being blocked from accessing the area where the commissioner is at the Philip Golson
But if it's supposed to be a briefing, why are
There's
they
a
doing
briefing. I'm not sure why security is blocking the media from accessing the area where the police commissioner is. The police commissioner has been informed of it, and so I guess he's going to be addressing that. The bomb threat is Atlantic Bank San Pedro branch. I thought it was in Belize City.
Okay.
All right, so there's a bomb threat currently at the Atlantic Bank San Pedro branch. Residents are being a bit concerned considering that
What
it is
just
the Easter
happened?
weekend.
What just happened?
Yeah, exactly. So I'm not sure. I'm getting contradicting reports on that though. But
on the bomb. Okay.
No, there is a bomb threat
there's a bomb
on the
threat.
location.
Okay.
But yeah, so that's where we're at, Karen. And unfortunately, I also understand that the Minister of Home Affairs is preparing to address the nation as well. Like we rightly said, we did expect Minister Karim Musa to have a statement to say a briefing of sorts, being that this is an unprecedented situation.
So we should be hearing from the commissioner.
So we should be hearing
and
from
him
the
as well.
commissioner and from the minister as well. I believe that they probably will be coordinating at this time. I'm not sure how that will play out, but we're on standby for whatever.
So this way we have Ben and we have Vijay at the Philip Golson International Airport. So
yes, Vijay says that Chester is almost ready to deliver his statement. So to give the briefing rather.
So Vijay should be hearing from him. Can say that his term as commissioner isn't going out with a bang, right?
Yeah, but the thing it's pretty much tradition that there's always some tragedy that occurs, especially at the approach of the Easter weekend.
Is it just a mindset, or is that it just happens? I mean, everybody will say it's Lent. These things happen. You have to be careful. Strange things happen during the Lenten season. I don't know. Or maybe just our minds are just set that these things will happen.
I don't know, but yeah, I was telling somebody the other day that we see a lot of those newscast international reports of planes. Planes experiencing some sort of mechanical failure, crashing, that sort of thing. In Belize, for the past recent weeks, we've seen buses go on fire. This week alone, there were 2 to 3 buses that caught fire on the road. You know, there's several buses that were set on fire a few weeks ago for Central Transit. And so in our case, it's buses now.
We have
upgraded to this plane incident. But we have to tip our hats off to our security forces. They really responded at a time when it was really necessary. They had their wits together and basically collaborated well. Who are we joining?
Our team
at the PGIA.
We're here at the Philip Golson International Airport, where Commissioner of Police Chester Williams is going to brief us on the hijacking of the passenger plane. This morning, we understand that the hijacker, a U.S. national, has been detained. Commissioner, talk to us what transpired
this morning. This morning, the police received information that there was a traffic air plane that departed the Corozal Municipal Airstrip, and shortly after taking off from the airstrip, the plane was hijacked by a passenger on board who has been identified as one Akiniela Taylor, who is a U.S. national and apparently is a veteran as well. The plane circled the Belize airspace between Belize City, Ladyville, and at one point in time, the radar picked up the plane all the way out in the Turner Atoll area, flying out a team to go to the control tower so that we could monitor more closely how the plane was maneuvering. At the same time, we also ensured that we deployed a team of police officers in different areas. So we had deployed at the international, the Belize City Municipal, Kika, San Pedro, Dangriga, and even the coastal road, because I know there's a airship at the White Ridge area on the coastal road. Again, we did this to ensure that had the plane land at any of these locations, that we would have been able to intercept the hijacker. Closer to the time of landing, the plane had come to the PGIA and was about to land. And then we suddenly saw the plane went up back again. The pilot later communicated to us that the hijacker had directed him not to land the plane here. Because he knew that once it landed here, there would be police waiting. So again, with what we were told, 20 minutes fuel, they went all the way out east of the airport. That will be in the Blackbird area, Kikaka, San Pedro. At one point, in Chapel. And so what we did was that we contacted Astrom helicopter, again, because we were now thinking outside the box, knowing that the fuel was depleting. We were hoping that we don't have to move from a search and rescue operation to a search and recovery operation. So the thing with the helicopter was to follow the plane to see where it would land. So if they had decided to crash land the plane in the sea or on one of the islands, we would have been there quickly to respond and provide assistance to those passengers, provided that they would have survived. So we ensured that we planned properly for whatever may eventually happen. And as we were about to board the chopper to go out, we were informed that the plane is back over Ladyville, over the PGIA. And then we spotted the plane from a distance, coming down and landed at the PGIA. Upon landing, the team at the airport, I must say that we were supported by the BDF as well. And the employees of the PGIA, including Mr. Espat, were very land. It ran out of fuel. So again, God is good. The passengers were quickly to alight the plane, and they were met by police and the airport employees. We also encountered the hijacker, and I must say that the hijacker was shot to the chest. 3 passengers on board the plane received varying degrees of injuries. They were stabbed with knife. The hijacker had a knife. And what we gathered from one of the passengers who was injured is that as the plane landed, he shot the hijacker. He had a licensed firearm. Wow. And so he was one who shot the hijacker. And he also handed his firearm over to us. Sadly, that passenger is in a critical condition because he was stabbed, I think, in the back, and his lungs seems to have been collapsing. He has been rushed to the medical associates. The hijacker was also taken to the KHMH and was pronounced dead on arrival, so the hijacker is dead. The other passengers have been taken to the hospital for treatment, and at this time, the runway has been cleared so that the international flights that are expected to arrive today will not have any obstruction to land. And then scenes of crime is going to process the plane on the apron. So we do have the knife that the hijacker used to stab the passengers. 2 passengers were stabbed and 1 pilot. And we have the weapon that was used to shoot the hijacker. There were a total of 14 passengers on board. 2 were Americans and the others were Belizean, and that also included a child. So that is where we are at this time.
What do we know about the hijackers? Moves or actions in the moments or hours?
The police have confirmed that the hijacker was shot and killed.
I was in communication with a passenger on the plane who had a phone. And I was speaking with him through text, and he was sharing with me information. And so I was confident that once the plane would have landed, we would have been able to take control, because from what the passenger was saying to me was that hijacker only had a knife. There were a number of things I asked the passenger, and he replied to me, and I must say that helped us to be able to ascertain exactly what we were dealing with. So I must thank that passenger for his support and cooperation in this entire ordeal. But I can also say to you that from our research so far, it shows that the hijacker came into the country, attempted to enter the country over the weekend through the Belize northern border, and he was refused entry by immigration. So we're still wondering how he eventually came in. But again, we all know the porous nature of the border, so he might have came in illegally. And there was an issue, from what I'm told, at the free zone last night involving the same hijacker. So he seems to be a problematic person. And so that is what we know about him, in addition to the fact that he's a U.S. Veteran.
Did the police figure out what was his intent?
They're Belizean.
Police figure out what was the intent of this hijacker?
Well, the thing is that he was saying to be taken out of the country. So out of the country, one of the things I was hoping and praying for was that he would not say to them, well, take me to Cancun or take me to somewhere in Mexico. That was not done. So, but to answer your question, he wanted to go out of the country from what was being told to us.
Sir, on the initial stabbings, those were the results of the struggles?
Well, I guess he just wanted to send a signal, a message to the passengers that they must cooperate with him. If not, then they may feel the same consequence.
Can you talk to us about security now? How
to be discussed intensely at the next National Security Council meeting. I know we have commenced dialogue in terms of looking at our local flight security. The time has come for us to look at it more in depth and see what adjustments can be made. I'm sure that there's going to be input from the airport authority in this respect. So it's a matter more for the National Security Council to determine what is going to be done moving forward where security on these planes are concerned.
So how lax is security at the Curacao airstrip or airport?
I cannot say how lax it is. At this time, I cannot.
With a knife.
I can't say because I don't think that we have that system yet where we do rigid search. It is only at the PGIA where you have to pass through a scanner to board a flight. At these airstrips, they don't have that kind of security. So maybe the time has come that we look in that direction to ensure that we have security measures at every airstrip once it is used for commercial purpose.
The hijacker, what's his name again? Just a reminder, I have a follow-up question.
Akinyala Taylor, something along that line.
No, it's okay. Is he at all connected to any groups, whether locally or regionally suspicious groups? Or
the Embassy of the United States of America in Belize has been contacted. They are going to do their background check on him and will certainly assist us with the investigation to know more about him. So at this time, we don't know much about him.
The police know where he was because he came into the northern border. He was in Mexico. Was he there for a prolonged time? Because it seems like he wanted to get back to the U.S.
I can't say at this time.
The understanding is that he had some confrontation or discussion with an immigration officer in Curacao.
Like I said, he was refused entry over the weekend.
Any reason for why he was refused entry?
I don't know. That is a matter for immigration.
So in terms of the security at the airport, while a separate and unrelated incident, we know that when there was the aircraft was stolen in the south, like maybe a year or two ago, there was discussions in terms of security at these airports. Are you able to say whether or not any steps had been taken since that incident in terms of security or tightening at the airport?
Something that's going to be taken on by the Belize Airport Authority or civil aviation. What we have done at the different airstrips is to increase police patrols at those areas. At least hourly, the police would go and make checks at the airstrips and make sure everything is okay. But in terms of posting police officers at the airstrips, we have not gotten there yet. But we have encouraged the airlines to hire local securities to man their assets at the different airstrips.
Is it the understanding he was acting alone?
Yes, from what we gathered, he was acting alone.
Talk about the protocols in place when something like this happens, very unprecedented here in Belize, and how those who initially discovered what was going on reacted.
Well, the thing is that it's a matter of making sure that we have proper command and control. I took command of the operations and guide what the police is going to do, liaising with different counterparts, looking at the U.S. Embassy, the Belize Airport Authority, the BDF, even the CEO in the Prime Minister's office, Ms. Nada Garcia. My minister, I kept in constant dialogue with him, briefing him in terms of what we were doing and what was happening. And again, it's to ensure that we're all in sync in terms of what we do when we have these incidents. At the end of the day, one slip can cause mayhem. So we have to ensure that whatever we do is done with the intent to create good and achieve good. And I believe that all the different agencies involved in this operation today executed their functions properly, and that's the reason why we had the results we have. And I can't forget the pilot. The pilot for that plane, I must say that he did an exceptional job. Even in terms of his communication with the tower as this was unfolding, he remained calm and he was extremely focused in terms of what he was going to do. Had he panicked, it could have a different outcome. So again, the pilot was very instrumental for the outcome that we have, and so we must ensure that we give him the credit that he deserves.
What also the wisdom in the decision of not shooting the hijacker during the flight?
Well, again, that was something important, to not have fired shots while the plane was still up in the sky. You never know what could happen. So again, the person who fired the shot, again, was very thoughtful in terms of how he executed that. He did it at the right time. And I just hope and pray he makes it. He certainly did well, yes.
What passenger who remains critical, sir? Has his family been informed, and are you able to say his name or provide his identity?
I cannot ascertain if his family has been notified, and so I'm not going to release no name here until that is certainly well. If the irresponsible people want to do that, does that mean that I will do the same, right? So we have to maintain professionalism.
Alerted authorities. Was it a distress call from the plane?
From many different persons.
Inside.
And like I said, I got communication with a person inside the plane as well.
And this was moments after take off, correct? You got the alert.
Yes. And also Mr. Noble, who have a very good relationship with Tropic, seeing that he was in San Pedro for a number of years, he was also getting information, timely information, and was feeding me those as well. So we know exactly what was happening, where the plane was at any particular time, what the hijacker was doing, etc. We're even getting video footages from the plane as the hijacking was taking place.
Was the incoming commissioner informed as well, as you said before, operations-wise, he's also kept abreast?
Yes, he was along with me. He just left.
So in terms of the 3 injured passengers, so only one of them are critical at this point?
Yes, one of them is critical, yes.
What have we perhaps learned initially, lessons learned that we'll perhaps move forward, implement, make changes moving forward?
Well, certainly there's a lot of lessons to be learned from here. I was discussing myself, Mr. Rosado, and I think Major or Captain Martins on the BDF that we need to sit down and do an after-action assessment of the entire situation today and see what were the lessons learned, how best can we improve, should there be any future event, which we hope that there's going to be none. But certainly security at the airport, at the airstrips that are used for commercial purposes is important. So the greatest lesson learned from this is to not take nothing for granted, ensuring that we have proper systems in place to be able to check all passengers who are going to board these flights before they leave any particular
Because
area.
the truth of the matter is, at this point in time, your bags don't get checked at municipal airports.
I've said that before.
Yeah, you said that.
Compal, have you heard of any report of a bomb threat at Atlantic Bank in San Pedro?
No.
Okay. Sir, I wanted to ask separately in relation to the case.
All right, so that was Commissioner of Police Chester Williams, who we heard from Commissioner of Police Chester Williams just now, and he basically briefed us on what transpired. He said that the aircraft, right after it left from the Corozal airstrip, the hijacker moved to take over the plane, and he injured one person who is now in critical condition. And throughout that entire time, he had injured 2 additional persons. From what the commissioner told us, the hijacker is dead. He was shot by a passenger on board the aircraft who had a licensed firearm. The hijacker was shot once in the chest, and he was taken to the Carl Houston Memorial Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. The passenger who was injured, from what the commissioner said, he was stabbed in his side, and he appears to be suffering at this point from a ruptured lung. We understand that his lungs was punctured, and he remains in critical condition at this time. We do understand as well too that municipal flights coming on and around the airport have been suspended, and the police continue to gather additional information. They say that the U.S. Embassy in Belize will be doing a background check on the hijacker, who is a veteran, a U.S. national who is a veteran. So my name is Vijay Alvarez. Like I said, we have been following this incident since 10 o'clock, before 10 o'clock this morning, when we first received the information that a hijacker had taken over the aircraft. So at this moment, we will be going back to studios. But just a quick recap, like we stated earlier, the Commissioner of Police provided full details about what transpired. Like we stated, the shot was fired by a passenger on board the aircraft. When the aircraft was landing, like we said, the passengers were at the back of the aircraft because sometime throughout the flight, the hijacker had demanded that the passengers remove their seatbelts and go behind the aircraft. And from what we understand, when the aircraft landed, a passenger immediately opened the back door and the persons alighted the aircraft. And immediately after it landed as well, a passenger on board who had a licensed firearm shot the hijacker once in the chest, and the hijacker was taken to the Carl Houston Hospital, where he was pronounced dead on arrival. Like we said, we have been able to ascertain the identity of the hijacker. We know that he is a U.S. national and also a veteran. Like the Commissioner of Police stated, he was attempting to enter into the country via the northern border, but he was denied entry. So police are looking to see how they can figure out how he actually entered the country, because he did so through an informal matter, because like he stated, the immigration authorities had denied entry to this U.S. national. We don't know what led them to deny him entry, but they did deny him entry. So we don't know how he managed to get into the country, but we can only speculate it was one of the informal border crossings somewhere throughout the north of the country. Like we said, he was able to book a flight, and he was able to get on the aircraft with a knife. So the Commissioner of Police highlighted that there will need to be discussion in terms of the security at the various municipal airports, and as well too, he highlighted the fact that the bags don't get checked, bags of passengers don't get checked. So he highlighted the need to ensure that that is done and security is tightened to prevent any such similar incident. He said it was very unprecedented, but the police were able to collaborate with various units from in the department to ensure that they had officers mobilized at the various municipal airports in case that he had landed at any one of these airstrips. They as well had collaborated with the Belize Coast Guard in case that the aircraft would have landed over a body of water. Also, notably, the commissioner stated that the aircraft was about to run out of fuel right when it landed. So it landed at a very good time. He stated that the aircraft was about to run out of fuel when it landed. So like I said, my name is Vijay Alvarez, and for now we go back to studios. We will continue to provide additional details as we receive details about this very unfortunate and unprecedented incident.
Thank you to Vijay there at the Philip Golson International Airport. More information from the Commissioner of Police, Renee, giving us confirmation of some of the information that you gave us a short while ago. And I know you have information still coming in.
Yeah. So we understand that the hijacker was fatally shot by one of the passengers who had a licensed firearm. And so, as the police commissioner indicated, as the plane landed and all of that happened, he voluntarily handed over his firearm. So basically, he's a hero. Yeah. And as Vijay noted, what's very important is that the plane was already running or had run out of fuel when it landed. That was it. They were on basically the mercy of God at that point. And so had they waited any longer, it could have been a worse situation. And so we have to thank God for small mercies. In this case, such a big mercy. We understand that the hijacker is dead, as we keep mentioning. was the second book that he actually wrote. And so his body is going to be transported down here to the morgue. And I believe the U.S. Embassy will then take over whatever protocols they have to take over. As the police commissioner mentioned, he was denied entry into the country. I have verified that he tried coming into the country via the PGIA on the 8th of April. That was like 10 days ago. He tried coming into the country via the Philip Goldson International Airport, but he was denied entry. I'm not sure. Let me just check on that. I'm not sure on what grounds he was denied entry. But as the commissioner said, they have to investigate to find out how he landed in Belize. Maybe he came through the Corozal border, whatever the case may be. But we know that it was not via the international airport. So we have confirmed that. We understand that one of the employees is critical. One of the Tropic Air employees is critical. We understand at least 2 persons were injured on that flight by the hijacker. We understand that police are basically just canvassing, taking statements from the passengers to basically wrap up the investigation. Clearly, nobody going to be charged in this case. It's a case whereby, thank goodness, all the passengers are safe, traumatized, but safe. And we were able to bring such an abrupt end to this ordeal on this Holy Thursday. And so we can basically say, thank God for that, no? But that's pretty much it. We had a team out at the hospital. We understand that the injured passengers have been taken to Belize Medical Associates for attention. Like I said, we have received videos of them being taken there. And then we understand that the body from Taylor is going to be transported to the morgue. And that's pretty much it. We're expecting to get a statement from the Minister of Home Affairs. This is a national security issue that deserves some sort of statement from those that govern us. And so we'll be looking forward to that. And as soon as we get a confirmed time and location for that, we will be bringing that to you live on Love FM, Love Television, and of course on our social media. We understand that just last week as well, Karen, like I said, the messages keep coming in. He came in on an American Airlines flight, created a commotion at the airport apparently, and he wanted to go back last week on United Airlines, but he was denied and security had to escort him out of the departure section of the airport. So this happened last week. He created quite a spectacle at the Philip Goldson International Airport. So clearly we tend to, and this is a typical case where we tend to ignore these things. We don't take these threats. We don't take these situations seriously because we've always been such a laid back country, you know, and these are things that we only see on television. We only see on international news. And so I think this is a reality check for not only the residents, but government as well, in terms of not taking things for granted, right? So we have reports that just last week he had created a scene at the airport, a commotion, and security had to escort him out of the airport last week.
So that means he was still in the country. He didn't leave.
Yeah, he was still in the country. But the question is, how did he get in the country if he was denied access on April 8th?
That's right.
Right? So how did he get here? So that's an investigation in itself that immigration has to launch and look into. And so we have to keep following that to find out where the loopholes are in our system that allows people to come in that, you know, that clearly have issues.
And Commissioner Diaz also mentioned that he was a veteran.
Yes, a veteran. So again, it goes back into the area where we spoke about earlier, the possibility of having some degree of mental illness being a possibility, because clearly this is not something he thought through properly. The commotion at the PGIA, the hijacking of the flight, I don't know. There's a lot of unanswered questions, which we're not going to answer this morning.
Maybe later on we might get those answers.
We're going to wrap up our coverage, and then, like I said, once the government gives some sort of indication that a statement is going to be made, then we are going to carry that live here on Love FM, Love Television, and of course on our social media platforms. In the meantime, I'm headed over to my newsroom.
You have a crew to thank you. Your crew did an awesome job this
Karen.
morning.
I cannot thank them enough. Vijay and Vijay has come a long way, and he did an awesome job this morning. As a matter of fact, he's getting a lot of compliments on our Facebook Messenger as we speak, and so he did an incredible job. So did Benjamin, and we had Kevin, and we had Kejan, and we had Aijaman Sosa. I have such a terrific team, Karen. I cannot complain. I love my boys, and I appreciate all the hard work that they put in. So I have to tip my hat off to them as well for a job well done. And of course, we had our control people behind the scenes.
We have Gregory, and we have Giovanni, and of course Manuela, and Rich as well. So thank you guys as well.
It's a team effort, Karen.
Yes.
Yeah. And so we want to thank everybody who assisted us. And of course, all those persons who called and texted this morning with all the information, all the videos, everything. Thank you so much for choosing Love and for reaching out to us so that we can relay all of that information. Oh, one more thing, Karen, regarding the bomb threat report. 1 second. So Atlantic Bank officials called us, which means we are being listened to. Atlantic Bank said there's no bomb threat. The fire alarm was pulled. And so they just wanted to clarify that.
Once that alarm goes off, you clear out whether it's a false alarm or not.
So apparently it was a drill.
Oh, okay.
It was a drill happening, so there was no bomb threat.
Okay.
It was just a drill. And so Atlantic Bank just wanted to clarify that so that nobody gets in a panic. It's Holy Thursday, Karen.
And thank you, Renee, for coming in this morning with me. Thank you.
Always a pleasure.
Always a pleasure. Of course, we have details coming up in our newscast, so stay tuned to Love FM for that. And we'll thank the